Alrighty. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
As well as the... Oh, one moment. My generator closed. I gotta get back. This is what happens when everything blue screens in the middle of the day. It closes all of my tabs, so I gotta open this one again. All right. Okay, Kaiser, 1 through 5, choose.
Let's go with 4.
The whole Kaiser shonen.
Wait, W-H-O?
Yeah, as in complete, as in not missing anything.
As in perfected, you might say. Okay. Perfect Kaiser, like perfect cell, I like it.
Not necessarily perfect, just not missing.
Yeah, just not missing anything.
The entire Kaiser show.
Thank you to Celestial Warlock and Robert Glendinning. Between the two of them, 15 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast. Remember, you have emotes down below that you can use, unique to this stream. And yes, as you may notice, there's a small difference. There's a small difference in what's happening right now. We look a little bit different than normal. Very long time friend of the channel, and of course, Sketchy Huntsman, Luby's Zatsu, was very kind to do costumes for not only the three of us, but for Judgmental Critter and Pete and I Know Nothing. All three of them got costumes as well, which hopefully they'll be on sometime this October so that we can show them off to you guys. But yes, Twilight is so old that she has a dinosaur to fall off. Oh, come on!
Jesus Christ.
We don't condone murder on the Team JYCT podcast, especially if it's a co-host.
I was about to say that. I mean, I don't believe we condone ageism like that either. Like, holy shit.
What the hell am I looking at? Okay.
That's something else.
So for those of you, should we actually ask them? Okay, all right, people in chat, guess what our costumes are. I would be very curious.
I was about to say, let's not let the give the game away.
Yeah. We do have our Find Murder hilarious. Not of us. We don't like dying. We're not gonna find that funny. Is Celtic Phoenix the thing?
I mean,
no, but that's not the wrong track to think on. That's adjacent. Because what I am was inspired by the thing. Phoenix right here. Team JYCT do not condone death of co-host. We do ever find it hilarious. You are the parasite. Nope. Regina from Dino Crisis. They got Twilight.
Yeah, I'm off to go eat that person.
Let's see. Kaiser's that lesbian robot. Same game, wrong robot.
Yep. Am I all for one? No. Kaiser from Helldivers?
Oh,
no.
I've done those fingers.
I will limit you all. I will help you limit you all. Horror video games.
Yes.
That should help.
The one that I streamed.
Different sprites. Y'all look
Both
awesome.
You
Thank
terrible.
you. Am I Soul Calibur? No. Is Twilight patchy on that dinosaur? No. Cadillac and dinosaurs. Resident Evil. No, I'm not Mr. X. You are right. It is Resident Evil. You're getting warmer. Parasite Eve. No. Parasite Eve doesn't have a creature that looks like this, I don't think. Though I will say Parasite Eve was on the list. Also, how was Silent Hill? Silent Hill F is amazing. I did a full stream of the first playthrough and a little bit of the second on my channel. You guys can check it out if you want. Highly recommend the game if your computer or system can run it, because Jesus Christ, mine was chugging. You're named after a handbag Birkin, I think. Okay, you got it. I'm William Birkin, I believe. I believe I asked for either second or third form of him. Osmond Sadler. No, I'm not that perv. That's the Red Hood. Did you get?
No, you just are
puzzles?
one.
If so, were you able to solve them? I'm basically at the very end of the second playthrough, and oh god, those puzzles. They're unfortunately a little more annoying because it doesn't, like, the leaps in logic are a little bit frustrating on Lost in the Fog difficulty. Celtic is 109 in Australia. K is from Signal. Kaiser is from Signalis. We've already established that. But
yeah,
which character is the guess?
Yes.
Also, hello, Billy Donuts. Spooky Donuts.
Hey, Spooky Donuts. Would be like one of them, like ones that are decorated like pumpkins.
Pumpkins, and I imagine maybe like they're like bat-shaped donuts. You can get like a bear claw or something like shaped like that. Like you can.
Oh, I should buy some of those.
The lesbian. He is not the lesbian. I will narrow it down further. Admittedly, Twi kind of breaks the mold, but she is riding the T-Rex. Antagonists. Yeah. Antagonists is the big one. Technically speaking, Twi is supposed to be the T-Rex, but, you know, I thought it was cuter to have Regina riding the T-Rex.
Yep. Did Kaiser get a haircut? I got it. Kaiser's Black Frieza.
Hey, Celtic.
Yes, so my guy, it's Adler.
Adler. Yep.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, so yes, Adler for Kaiser. Twilight gets Regina on the T-Rex, and I have William Birkin's second form from.
I'm the only male from Signalis.
Yes, literally the only guy. Yeah. It is one of the most dickless games ever created.
Yes.
I'm sure
we have solved sexism.
Has Celtic watched K-pop Demon Hunters yet? No, I haven't. I know about it. I know. I imagine we're going to be spoiled on a few things here, but I don't know. I feel like we can cover this because this is a topic that we are very familiar with. I think across the board. Enemies to lovers. It's one of the most popular romantic tropes of all time.
Oh, it definitely is.
Yeah, and it's not for not good reason, because historically you would have rivaling clans of all stripes and shades, ranging from tribes to kingdoms to just straight out, you know, enemy
species.
Well, no, I don't know about species. But we here in the Team Jack podcast do not condone interspecies relationships. Interracial is fine. Interspecies, that's a little bit different. All right, that's you have to pass the Harkness test, and so far I don't think we don't have anything that quite reaches that level. Please do not say that whales are intelligent enough to consent. They are.
Oh my god! Don't do it. No.
Enemies to lovers: Vegeta and Goku. No.
Y'all are funny. Y'all are funny.
Someone like I don't actually know if people know that many canonical enemies to lover stories, because they're really prominent in a lot of non-canonical ships.
Yeah,
it's more so prominent in the fan fiction realm.
Definitely.
However, I mean, that's not to say that they don't exist. I mean, the most famous is probably Romeo and Juliet, where two star-crossed lovers from enemy noble families basically get together. You know, obviously, and that then translates into West Side Story.
Right.
But, like, I'm trying to think off the top of my head of a good enemies to lovers. I mean, in real life, I think it was it either Jackie Chan's parents or was it Bruce Lee's parents? One of which, I believe this is a true story, although I could be wrong. It could be apocrypha, but I'm pretty sure there's a famous Chinese martial artist of some stripe or shape that had one parent that was a police officer and one parent that was a part of organized crime, and they actually met on the job. Like, and they Jackie Chan's parents. Okay.
So, really famous example: Pride and Prejudice.
Yep.
I still need to watch that movie.
I've never touched Pride and Prejudice.
What do you mean? Movie? It's a book.
Oh, I thought they made that into a movie.
They did. They've made it several times into
movies.
Yeah.
But it's a book.
I mean, yeah, but it can be. Listen, sometimes things can be.
Kaiser?
I didn't know there were multiple. I thought there was one.
miniseries. There have been several miniseries, and there's also a zombie one, which I know that people hate.
Wait, what?
Yeah, remember during that zombie craze, that was like the poster child for the zombie craze going completely off the wall. Pride and Prejudice and zombies.
Okay, I thought that was like a fucking parody movie or something like that. So
it kind of is, but it's also kind of serious. But good example: Batman and Catwoman.
That's one. Yep.
On and off.
Or by extension, I guess Spider-Man and Black Cat. I guess.
Yep. Spider-Man, Harry Osborn.
That's the Tumblr. That's the Tumblr brain talking.
I don't know with how Marvel's going these days.
Wait,
I wouldn't be surprised. We already got Paul.
Canon,
it
is still canon.
God damn it. Godjill and Levy and Fairy Tale. I will say, from what I've heard and from what little I've seen, that does seem to be true.
No, I got deep enough to know that Godjill and Levy are actually kind of fucking.
Yeah, they're actually.
I like them a lot as a ship. I got for the record, I got 40 episodes into Fairy Tale. I never went beyond that because that was all that was out at the time, and my friend and I just never got back to watching it. And it's a fine series. It's just kind of generic shonen. I don't know why people hate on it other than it's just generic shonen.
Well, I kind of do. I mean, granted, that's a whole conversation in itself, but let's going down more the track. There's also Android 18 and Krillin from Dragon Ball.
That one actually kind of comes out of nowhere, honestly, because it's like at the end of the season, Krillin's kind of crushing over her, and then like the next season picks up and they have a kid.
Yeah, sort of just a time skip.
That's kind of what it was like
thing.
with Bulma and Vegeta.
Vegeta, yeah.
Yeah. I think Toriyama might have been bad at writing romances.
I was about to say, as much as I like Bulma and Vegeta together, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of how they got together in retrospect.
Goku and Chi-Chi were never enemies. She got pissed at him, sure, but I'm pretty sure the whole gag was that the first time they meet, they get betrothed, and Goku doesn't realize it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the rest of the gag is Chi-Chi tracking him down.
Yeah, the whole point of enemies to lovers is you have to actually be, enemies.
Yeah, so for those of you who are asking about, Han Solo and Leia, that doesn't count.
Yeah.
Bedtime.
Why the fuck would you think that Han Solo and why would you think that those characters would have been enemies to lovers in the first place? They were adversarial. They're not enemies. They are on the same side. They just argued a lot. There's a difference.
It's difference. It's a shade of difference at times, but there is a distinction. Teddy Bear Paladin, Bedtime Party Tea Time 5. Action girl figure. Magic beams are cheating. You never mentioned them before. Elegant doll. A lady must have her secrets. Now be a dear and dodge. Sips tea. Action girl figure. Dodge what? Ed Stavinsky says, Venom symbiote and Eddie from the first movie. I've never touched any of the Venom movies because they look like garbage. And
the first movie was fun though.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear that the first movie was fun. I just never got around to it.
Oh, another good example. Catra and Adora from She-Ra. Actually, the bigger one might even be Hordak and Entrapta. Those
yeah. I remember liking their dynamic from what I've seen of it. I've only watched the first 3 seasons of She-Ra, but never finished it. And from what I hear, things just went off the rails. But
it's an okay ending. It could have been better. They needed more time, and it's.
Yep.
I don't like She-Ra.
Random didn't Yoli end up marrying Ken from Digimon? Yes, but that's after. I guess you could also call that an enemies to lovers story because Ken did start out as the Digimon Emperor, the Digimon Kaiser.
True.
And then he did eventually stop being a villain and turn over to their side. So it is the progression. But I guess also when we're talking about specifically the trope of enemies to lovers as a romantic genre, there is romantic progression, which does disqualify any of the Dragon Ball Z enemies to lovers.
The protagonist from Star Wars Fallen Order and that one Sith girl, I don't know enough about that. Naruto and Sasuke, shut up.
Again,
technically you could say Sakura and Sasuke, though
Yeah.
it was like friends to enemies to lovers.
Yeah, I guess I would count that.
Amity and
it's its own
Luz-
special category.
Amity and Luz are like a subsect that's like a kind of a splinter that's I would call rivals to lovers, which is a different, it's a much less biting version and actually a less difficult version to write because it's more about personal animosities as opposed to, say, ideological, political, or just like, you know, certain circumstance oppositional elements. Nameless said, I just walked into a costume party and Sky Slasher asks, what happened to everyone? Costumes. We're in costumes.
It's spooky month.
It's spooky month.
It's spoopy month.
Yeah. So we're all spooped out. We're all spoopy for you guys.
I even have my Halloween Digimon with.
Yeah. I like the choice. It was really cute. Jason Victor, no. They're weird. I don't know quite how they categorize them.
Also, hey Kaiser, did you know that in Marvel, MJ and Paul are broken up now? Yeah, and I'm glad about that. Like, it's so funny with the frame in which they made them break up because they have it in freaking holy light in the background as MJ just breaks it off with him.
Rivals to lovers. So basically, Asuka and Shinji. Asuka and Shinji never quite reached that point. I love that ship, but like the entire tragedy of it is if the two had ever really learned to put aside their individual neuroses, they really could have been super compatible together. I think they actually would have really made a good, and that's like the whole tragedy of it is they're both so stuck in their own heads and the situation's so insane around them. They never got a chance to really work through their own issues, and because of that, they couldn't work through their issues together. So it could have been rivals to lovers. It's just it's like it's the tragic. They never quite reached there. It's Mari and Shinji, not Asuka. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Mari can go die in a fire. She did not need to exist.
She really didn't need to exist.
Like I actually like the rebuilds, and I like her personality to some extent, but she didn't need to be there. She doesn't she's just kind of empty space on everything, and she just drags down the entire film series as far as I'm concerned.
Jesus. Sly Cooper and Carmilla Fox. That would qualify.
Absolutely.
Mari and Shinji is the best. I never watched Ava though.
Arizona Ranger.
Don't ask for their search history.
Shinji doesn't deserve love. Holy shit, dude.
What?
Why?
Okay, back it up, dog.
That's the hottest fucking take.
You're right. Skip Beat is enemies to lovers.
Oh, is there an enemies? Oh, there is an sort of enemies to lover in Fruits Basket.
Sorta, yeah.
With Akito and what's his face? Shigure, right.
Yeah. But yeah, Skip Beat, as legit as it gets, said, Ren and Kyoko start out as kind of like bitterly hating each other at the very beginning.
So Lloyd and Yor from Spy X Family Count. That's more like that's a little bit different because like that's lovers to enemies, possibly to lovers. Actually, that's right now currently that is friends in a false marriage. That's a false marriage trope. It's the false marriage trope combined with secret enemies trope. Like it's a much more complicated series of interconnected tropes. It can reach enemies to lovers, but there's several steps it needs to take before it gets to that point, and it hasn't gotten
Yeah.
close to that yet.
Yeah, so I think one of the technical requirements of enemies to lovers is that, you know, they have to actually know that they are enemies and have a disdain for one another in
Yeah.
some form or fashion. It doesn't
Right.
have to be extreme, but they have to be at loggerheads at some point.
What about Dalen and Arik? Okay, all right, guys, come on.
I
Sora and Riku, no.
was about to say Ark deserves better.
Also, no, I do not want White Rose to count for this. White Rose is rivals to lovers in the best of circumstances, and it's fine that way. It doesn't need to be enemies to lovers. I mean, there's probably... I know I've been seeing someone making a Ruby Syndicate AU, which looks pretty neat, where everyone's like part of different like crime families. That could be kind of fun.
Okay.
That could be cool, but I have no idea where they're taking that AU.
Tensei Saki.
Summer and
Oh my god. Guts
Honestly?
and Griffith, get the fuck out. Okay.
If they actually got together at the end and like they both ran away together, that would be fucking hilarious.
A really disgusting one that's like really poorly written is Hannibal Lecter and Clarice.
Yes.
That's
yes.
that's an infamous one because the end of the end of the Hannibal novel has them running away together. The movie wisely chose not to make that happen.
Okay.
Silence of the Lambs. Yeah, the sequel to Silence of the Lambs was basically... It's a fascinating story because the author never wrote a sequel to Silence of the Lambs, and he was pressured into it. He was pressured into doing so by the production company of the film because they wanted to make another one. And so basically Hannibal was written on a crunch timescale with the producers, who were a married couple, like breathing down his neck constantly to the point that he was living with them. Like he was living in, they had him like in their guest house.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, it's a very tragic story, and the guy, he's not... I don't know if he's ever spoken about it. It just... Everyone kind of acknowledges, yeah, you were kind of forced to make that bad.
Yep. Speaking of potentially bad, this top of the video.
Yes,
so,
this is...
Yeah.
Who is this? This is a...
Princess Weeks.
Princess Weeks.
So I think I know this person. She's been on my timeline a couple of times, and I think I've watched some of her videos. I think I used to follow her way back in the day. Perhaps when she went by a different name. I could be thinking of another woman that does content like this, but I had followed a person that I think does... It might be this person, and after a while I just stopped following them because nothing that they were producing.
Oh, she's a writer for the Mary Sue? Oh,
wait, what?
No.
Oh, yes. Okay. This is gonna be super fun. I didn't have any expectations before, but now you have my attention.
Robbie is right. Mac, I believe Mac did a whole macabre storytelling. I believe he did a whole coverage of the TV series Hannibal, and he covers all of this about it. I'm pretty sure. I think he touches on that. I think that's where I learned this stuff from. So regardless, go watch Macabre Storytelling take on Hannibal. It's really good.
It's been a while since I've watched any of his videos, but he still does good content.
You never answered me. Did you hear the DSP saying that Wolverine PS5 is too violent? Okay, so for one, I don't care about Wolverine PS5 in the slightest. I just tune out anytime I hear about it. And two, who the fuck cares what DSP has to save? Like, wait,
I was about to say, and we care even less about Dark Side Film.
Sometimes, to have like junk food content, I go and watch reaction channels to DSP.
Fair.
I was gonna say,
mean, those tend to be pretty funny.
The most entertainment I've ever got out of Darkside Phil is watching him Skype over court his bankruptcy and like basically pulling off a massive win for himself. Like the man just like failed himself into success, and it was kind of amazing to watch.
Jesus.
Sky Slasher, hear me out. Scott and X Logan from X-Men, not enemies to lovers. That would be rivals to lovers, and still no.
Guys, the problem that you guys are having, which makes, like, I know that some of you or most of you might be joking, but like when we're trying to explain what enemies to lovers is, going the fanon route is not going to help your understanding. We have to go with actual enemies to actual lovers, as in they like kiss at the end on screen.
Deku X
Or in-
Bakugo.
on
Deku
page.
X Bakugo would
Yeah,
be
really,
bullies to lovers. That's bully. That's
I
a
mean,
different trope.
yeah. I feel like everybody in the chat is just memeing, so
Yeah.
maybe we should probably
Yeah.
just get on with the video.
Let's see what this
We'll
lady has to
ignore
say.
anyone from now on who tries to.
I'm sorry, Boromir in the ring. All right, let's see what Princess Weeks has to. Oh, we have a super chat now. Nameless. Never forget how DSP showed us that he cannot grasp the basics of Mario Kart a month or two ago. Yeah.
Oh my god! I watched recently him failing at freaking Silk Song. That was pretty funny.
Oh Christ. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's start the video.
Okay.
One of the biggest
before
movies
this.
in the country, along.
What?
I was just gonna say, because people have been asking, the Digimon on my head, Phantomon.
Yes. The Scythe boy.
All right, solid.
Right,
Very obvious.
Play.
right now, one of the biggest movies in the country, along with Superman himself, is K-pop Demon Hunters.
Okay, let's do this.
I'm sorry to break your heart here, lady, but Superman
BRB.
really wasn't all that big. It barely broke budget. K-pop Demon Hunters was massive compared. So weird addition, but not really. It's just a kind of thing to point out. Anyway.
A K-pop girl group with the goal of defeating and keeping demons out of our world. They end up going up against their hardest challenge yet.
A boy band.
A demon boy band?
Oh.
The
deep
Saja
boy
Boys.
band.
And would
Okay,
you
I'm back.
believe it? The main demon boy ends up having a connection with the main Huntrix demon killing girl.
Your secret's safe with me.
Tale as old as time. Two people on opposite
Yeah.
sides of a battle for the
This
souls
is
of
exactly
humanity
the story
realize
that
that
Noel is trying to write.
Oh no. I hope she garners just as much success.
Well, no,
Yeah.
like hers is definitely going to be a more cutesy slice of life rather than what I expect that is. But yeah.
Celtic is a Snyder cultist confirmed. No.
Hell
find-
no.
mind
Have
you,
you seen?
I
Have you
find-
seen us talk about Rebel Moon?
Yeah, Rebel Moon was
Rebel
hilarious.
Moon. I'm sorry,
But no, I'm not a Snyder apologist at all. I think all of
It's
DC's
just
movies
fact.
have been pretty fucking bad. Let's see. Is K-pop Demon Hunters technically a Christian movie if you really think about it? What?
no. Oh my god.
This is so
Don't.
funny out of context for Celtic. Anyway, let's
everything would be fine if they could just smooch. Romance has always been one of the more profitable spaces in publishing. Romance readers are very dedicated, and it seems like now every day there's a new event, bookstore, and genre being produced in order to appeal to those who long for stories with a guaranteed happily ever after. Yet, that has also meant a lot of marketing that sells books with no plot, story, or even concepts, but instead sells them using tropes.
Yeah,
What-
it's terrible.
okay. Well, I need to. Tropes.
Yeah?
Are concepts. Like it's the concepts one that like no story, no plot. Okay, fine. That's you can technically you have a story, but I understand what you're trying. But like no concepts.
She might
it
mean
might be
like
a misspeak. Yeah. go on.
anything to really bite into outside of a trope. So like a theme.
A lack of
Or-
depth is how I would probably.
Yeah, lack of depth.
Yeah. Well, like, yeah.
I just
but-
it's like because lack of concepts is like,
Yeah.
oh look, I have a book full of blank pages.
Yeah. Yeah, just like in the beginning, and then you skip
I
a few,
mean,
all these
have
pages.
you
The end.
Have you fucking read Twilight?
Ironically, one of the most
Point proven.
interesting things about Twilight is that section where they just have a bunch of blank pages for like months passing. That's pretty.
Yes,
that's a little
that
bit of
was
a
pretty
creative.
funny.
That's a fun creative thing to do. Everything else, you know what? It's hilarious that the most interesting thing about those books are the blank pages sections.
Yes. Also, technically, and I showed you the joke for the videos that I'm working on, but the Summer I Turned Pretty series, which is what I'm listening to in as I'm editing for my client, they're pretty fucking substance.
Damn.
Izanagi says, I tried listening to the audiobook of one of those trope books, Fourth Wing. Couldn't get past the first chapter because it felt hollow. Isn't Fourth Wing, like, worse than Trope? Isn't that just, like, absolute fucking dumpster fire level?
That's what I heard. I
no,
haven't even sat through a thing talking about it, but I hear whispers.
I've personally listened to... Well, I haven't, like, read the book because I really don't fucking want to. Like, ugh. But I have come across a book that was marketed to me on my Audible for quite a while, that when I finally watched a review on it, is so much worse than Fourth Wing. I've come across a couple of those books, actually. One of them is a dark and gritty retelling of not technically Peter Pan, but I guess like the sequel.
Return to Neverland?
Yeah. But like with the
right.
great grandchild or whatever.
Gotcha.
Winnie the Whore is actually her
Oh
name.
my god, I know what you're talking about! Fuck!
Yeah.
Oh no!
Any relation to Winnie the Pooh?
Why the fuck? No! Thank God, no. Oh my god. I just memory hold that whole fucking book. Oh my. I have to stop saying whole because that I listened to a video while playing a game or something like that, talking about that one, and I never wanted to hear about it ever again.
Yeah, no, it's disgusting.
Is it worse than Shad's book? Is been asked.
The main character is a proud whore. At like, I don't know, what is it? 16 or whatever, 17.
She's a what whore?
It's like a proud
whore.
Oh,
like
and like
she slept with like half or most of the men in her school. Like she's catching Pokemon.
It almost sounds like comical the way that they illustrate that, and in relation to like obviously the Lost Boys and Peter Pan and shit like that. But it's just
and the whole premise is like Peter, who is like this dark and gritty evil fairy.
Oh
like,
my god, yeah, they made him
kidnaps-
into an emo boy. Oh,
Yeah, he made him into an emo boy.
Is this on our list or is it too vapid, do you think?
Oh, I don't know if we could.
It might
don't
be.
know if we can read it on stream.
I don't remember
It would have
being
to
like
be off stream.
Oh, why? Like, is it that raunchy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's a
all
fucking
right.
adult book.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up while also reading chat because Sky Slasher says Knuckles. Thank you. I too enjoy red echidnas that punch things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Preferably when they're voiced by Dan Green. But yeah.
Eric, I still saw your message. What the fuck?
What did
Wait,
he
what
say?
did he say?
He said if you think that's bad, you didn't read it, and I was like, what?
What? Oh, it's
Well,
actually still on stream. That thing. You can't delete your post when it's on stream. Ha 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 ha.
Do you know the way? Back to
the
the video.
Yes, back to the video.
One of the most popular of these tropes and one of the most miscategorized and debated is enemies to lovers, which of course is the best one.
Dimitri, do you really think I'm
Oh my god, yeah.
You know I do.
Then stop bossing me around.
Great movie.
Anastasia,
Good,
right? Yeah.
good enemies.
I
Yeah,
still
good
never
enemies
saw
to the
this
story.
movie.
But
I
that's
need
not
to
what-
see it.
It's been
Okay.
forever.
Yeah.
We have to sit Kaiser down and watch this movie.
Yeah.
He cannot live on this earth and not watch Anastasia. Come on.
Like, I caught glimpses of it, on my TV sometimes, but I never watched the whole thing from beginning to end.
What's
Good
she-
enough.
I'm looking at her background, just trying to get a read on things.
Oh, she has Bakugo, Deku, and Froppy.
Yeah,
You get, I
down
see
at the
Red
bottom there.
Hood.
She's got
Oh.
she's got some Yashahime figures up above them.
Oh, I see. What's her
Dark-
name from Gargoyles?
I see
in
Yeah.
the top left.
Dark Lady
Demona.
and
Demona, yeah.
Hotaru from Sailor Moon.
Yep.
Yeah.
That you're shipping Dark Lady and Hotaru. That can't be a good sign. Nameless Dan Green / Robbie Damon. My name is Memphis, Tennessee. I am part lizard.
I think
What?
that might be referencing one of the Sonic songs from fucking Adventure. I think.
Sparty, oh god, I just got here. What the fuck happened to you guys? It's Halloween time! We're in costumes! She's a
Yeah, this is
Froppy, she has good
Halloween,
taste.
bitch.
Yeah, you can't
Oh,
see
wait.
it because Raymond's
Oh yeah.
garbled wing is currently covering
Yep,
her up.
yeah,
Wait,
she's right there.
I
I'm pointing
recognize-
at her with my wing, my tentacle.
Oh my god, I think I recognize this chick now. The person who made the video. I think they made a video talking about Demona specifically from Gargoyles. I don't remember exactly how I felt about it, but I remember disagreeing with some things in it. But
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what? This is too early. This is too early.
Hey,
okay?
Fies, it's terror. You got my stuck in my head now. It's terror time again.
Discuss
I
here
did-
that would be a little
I did
too.
say that I think that this woman is someone that I ended up unfollowing because I disagreed with her so much.
Interesting.
I know. Not all of us have the same experience, Twilight. Come on.
Mundane for a video essay discussion. More so, I think what's interesting is that Enemies to Lovers creates so many conversations about the intersection between power, sex, and desire, not only through how it's expressed in the medium, but the lines we as audiences and readers and writers have created about how much of that line we're comfortable crossing, and what exactly it means to have a story that is about enemies becoming lovers.
I think people just think it's sexy to cross the enemies, like the forbidden is typically the allure for a lot of sexual desire. That which
Yeah.
you cannot have is what allures people. Crimson Rose says Celtic looks like he was infected by the flood. Adjacent.
Yeah, Jason. So okay, so the thing that fucking Nameless gave a super chat over was a Snap Cube joke. There are so many jokes in that freaking dub that
Yeah.
it's just hard to remember them all. But yeah, okay, I recognize them.
They
now.
hate
But
each other. That's
to
hot.
your-
I mean, to be fair,
Yeah.
like hate is such a useful tool for a writer because it's the other
it's
side.
very
of love.
passionate. It's extreme.
It's the other side of the passion coin. So you can technically flip it if you do it well enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Izanagi says, "Oh
I-
boy, this feels like it will be a case of reading too deep into things. Why the hell does this keep happening?" Okay, chill. We're a
I
little
mean,
early.
we
Bill?
just started, and to be fair,
We don't know
go on.
whether
Yeah,
or not
we
that's
don't
going to
know.
be the case, Isa.
Yeah, and to be fair, all she's saying is that yeah, there was it say about people. I mean, sorry, what aspects of people would makes this trope so desirable? Like, what does it that make us want these sorts of things? And that's an interesting topic in itself.
Celtic,
you know?
your Sith slide slipped out. No. If I were a Sith, my eyes would be red. Red. We learned that together, didn't we? When we were reading what was Lily's fucking
The
thing?
Sith Resurgence.
Sith Resurgence. We learned that eyes turn red, not yellow.
Yeah.
who
Apparently.
would be silly enough to forget that vital piece of lore, huh?
Yeah. Oh, we got art apparently. Hold on.
Oh,
I gotta
already?
catch it. I think so.
Oh,
God damn it.
who's going to make it first?
God damn it, Father.
What the? Semi-perfect Kaiser. That's amazing.
Oh no!
Oh, no, God. He's such a goober. It's great. Thank you, Titan.
Why is this? Why does this look like Releasy? I know you two probably don't know who that is, but he's a gaming YouTuber I've known for a while. But it's like, now here's a big question: is the lips big because it's semi-perfect cell, or is it because I'm black?
Yes. It's Japan. They're allowed to do it.
I mean, I guess counting perfect cell, I guess they did that twice, when Dragon Ball.
Wait, don't shoot! That man's not black!
From the first moment I met you, your arrogance and conceit, your selfish disdain for the feelings of others made
This
me
is Pride
realize that
Prejudice,
you were the
right?
last man in the world I could ever
Yeah.
be prevailed upon to marry.
Since its publication in 1813, Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice has been a classic, a Regency romance novel that tells the story of the Bennet family, a lesser gentry family that is burdened by having 5 daughters and no son to take on the estate. Austen weaves the story about the reality of marriage, gender expectations, and the complex dance between propriety, class, and idealism.
I am not the sort of female to torment a respectable man. Please understand me. I cannot accept you.
Our protagonist is Elizabeth, Lizzie, the second daughter and the smart one. Her elder sister, Jane, becomes entangled in the romantic courtship of the rich Mr. Bingley. Lizzie is introduced to Mr. Darcy, Mr. Bingley's friend, a surly and handsome man who is as prideful as he is wealthy. They clash almost instantly because Lizzie overhears Darcy throw shade at her appearance.
You are dancing with the only handsome girl in the room.
She is the most beautiful creature I have ever beheld. But her sister Elizabeth is very agreeable.
Perfectly tolerable, I dare say. But not handsome enough to tempt me. You'd better return to your partner and enjoy her smiles. You're wasting your time with me.
I took offense to that. I was a little bit upset.
And she
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Sky Slasher says that joke about Memphis was actually a reference to the Snapcube fan of Sonic 06, where they were said during Mephiles' intro, and in the game, Mephiles was voiced by Dan Green and Robbie Damon.
Yeah.
Didn't Robbie Damon go on to voice Roman Torchwick? Am I thinking that right, or is he something else?
I feel like that's a different guy.
Anyway,
I don't know.
so far nothing disagreeable, but we're only 3 minutes in, and she's just setting things up.
Yeah.
Well, that's better than most of what we've watched so far.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that is
Typically,
fair.
it's like in the first 10 seconds. you
Yeah,
know?
it actually, this might be a record.
decides to take that personally for the rest of her days. She decides he is a twat, and they spend the majority of the rest of the book in a kind of tete-a-tete, where Darcy is drawn to her and she is turned off by their first impression. Some debate if Lizzie and Darcy are really enemies, but I think it's very clear that for the majority of the book, Lizzie holds a very negative image of Darcy. Not to mention there is a legitimate issue of his classism and ego. He potentially undermines the marriage between her sister and Mr. Bingley. Those stakes may not seem huge to a modern day audience, but the reality is that at the time of the book's publication, if Jane does not marry well, it will reflect poorly on the rest of the family. They already have a dowry that's going to be split between 5 girls. And unless Jane marries well, it will mean the other girls have worse options going forward. It really is a matter of their standing in society. Would Darcy die?
Okay, so there's debate whether or not because I was going to say, like, by the sounds of it, they weren't strictly enemies to lovers, but the way she is putting some good context on it. I think there's a fair, well, I don't think it's the strongest example of enemies to lovers. It's arguable. It's very arguable that trope applies.
Well, here's the thing. When you have basically a precursor or something that invented the trope in the first place, it's not going to be as strongly defined as things that come after it, like decades.
I mean, I guess that's fair. People always call Asuka a tsundere, and like,
I mean,
she is initially, but like, she's a much softer tsundere than you would see characterized much later on.
Exactly.
Or even
so, like,
before
if you
her.
grow up watching all of these modern tsundere, and then you go back and watch Asuka, you wouldn't even really categorize her all that much as a tsundere.
Right.
And even then, she's definitely apart from the tsundere from even before her time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like these tropes do take on a life of their own outside of what the initial thing that defined them was, especially as you get other things that come into the genre. They expand on it, they muddy things, they dilute things, they make things more flanderized.
Yeah, I think there's enough aspects from what I'm seeing here from Pride and Prejudice to put it neatly in the category.
Shark Jumping Walrus, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got tracking that. Jake the Surgeon, I've eaten my lead paint chips, drank my lighter fluid, and I've been properly concussed. I'm ready. I'm glad you are.
Alrighty.
I hope that doesn't have any long-standing effects.
Do you have any Tide Pods on deck? I'm joking. I'm sorry.
Bagai called Oscar and Dare slaps you. Have you seen Nomad of Nowhere? Just asking you, Rooster. Is it on my channel or Fat Man's? We got like 3 episodes in and then dropped it. It was bad.
I've seen the whole thing. I enjoyed it, but it was definitely not their best.
While
Which is
motivated
unfortunate.
in his eyes for the benefit of his friend, further stigmatizes Lizzie's family. Not to mention his own love confession is filled with backhanded compliments citing to her own background.
These past months have been a torment. I came to Rosings with the single object of seeing you. I had to see you. I have fought against my better judgment, my family's expectation, the inferiority of your birth, my rank and circumstance, all these things, and I'm willing to put them aside and ask you to end my agony.
I don't understand.
I love you. Most ardently. Please do me the honor of accepting my hand.
Bitch, you better be joking.
So while this
I mean, that's a pretty good dramatic confession.
Yeah.
It is.
I suppose I know very little about Pride and Prejudice. I can see why it's a classic.
Oh yeah, like it's just really funny because like she did say it, but like he is giving her backhanded compliments and basically insulting her while confessing his love for her.
Yeah, I was about to say that's. I understand that's in character, and I like that scene, and it's well acted and everything.
So
but that is the most Reddit shit possible.
No, you need to understand. This man is just very strongly ADHD, and he feels he needs to qualify everything he says because he's trying to explain most concisely how he feels, and he's just struggling to do that.
So what you're saying is you feel personally attacked. I see.
Yeah,
No,
I feel reflected. I feel seen.
The difference is he's saying, despite the fact that you are lesser than me in every single way that I can imagine, I still love you.
Yep.
Jake the Surgeon. Sorry, Kaiser. My Tide Pods ran out watching Godzilla X Kong New Empire. Fair.
Oh. Okay, yeah, from what I've heard, those movies aren't very good, so I don't blame you. But, you know, always leave room for extra. Sorry.
Much less good works trying to tackle this. What makes a romance like this worth reading is when both the characters grow from the experience of loving, that they become the best versions of themselves due to having been in each other's orbit. Darcy learns humility through his relationship with Lizzie, and he doesn't allow the superficial cage of society to keep him from his ultimate heart's desire. In a world where he could make any choice, he makes the romantic one. Lizzie in turn learns that she has her own prejudices, and that as smart as she is, she doesn't always realize how important society is to finding love. She becomes worldlier and less naive in her certainty of herself, and this idea that she can just be an observer to the world while not existing within it. To find love, you have to be vulnerable and accept that sometimes you are wrong about the role that society says you have to play.
He's been a fool about Jane, about so many other things, but
If you give me copyright struck, I'm going to be very angry.
then so have I.
About the concept of enemies to lovers is the power it places on love. In the roll-up for her 2025 film Materialist, director and screenwriter Celine Song spoke about love as being this semi-divine experience and something that's uncontrollable, like being struck by lightning. That helplessness in the face of our most primal desires has been romanticized in tragedies for ages. Star-crossed lovers who are drawn together by magic or some other semi-destined force that compels them together.
Or a children's card game.
Shut up. What were you trying to say, Dwight?
Oh, I was gonna say, I think that I knew the first one, and then it switched over to another one that I knew. I'm not sure if I know this one though, but I could just be stupid at the moment. But
I like the crowd of people off to the right who are kind of like, "Hey, hey,
just
what are you guys doing
already.
Who covered up the stage? Pull the curtain." Are they on a boat? I think they're on a boat.
I think this might be on a boat.
Yeah, they're on a boat, I think.
I'm on a boat.
Also, is the guy... I'm on a boat. Everybody look at me. We're on a motherfucking boat. Also, I think that guy on the left is dead.
You okay? Dude? You okay?
Sleeping, I think.
Look, they partied too hard, all right? This is the hangover in the morning. They just woke up, and they're like, man, what the fuck did we do? And everyone back there is like, get the fuck up! We're piloting a boat! You're blocking our view! We don't know where we're sailing! There might be rocks!
Oh, yeah, what if that was the shipwright? Jesus
did we miss I think I missed Teddy Bear Paladin. I gotta find that. Where is it? No, not there. Oh. Wow, I've lost it. Oh no.
Oh no.
I don't know where it went because we did 5 and now we're on 7.
Oh
dear. Oh bollocks.
Yeah, Tay, you can repost it. If possible.
Tea Time 7. Action Girl figure. If that's how you want to play it, Action Girl figure fires 2 pistol shots. Elegant doll sidesteps and deflects the second. Then let's play. Action Girl figure jumps back, pulling out a minigun.
God damn.
Maybe I didn't miss that. Did I miss the thesis of the video? Not really. Has she really made a thesis statement on the nature of enemies to lovers yet?
Yeah, we haven't
Not
gotten
yet,
to
no.
the part where it's like has messy politics. So
okay, here's number 6. Action Girl figure. Ow, you can't hide behind magic beams the whole fight. Another blast narrowly misses Action Girl figure. Elegant doll. Who said anything about hiding? Action Girl figure avoids a rapier's thrust by a hair. Ah, thank you.
Jesus. Okay. And then we get to all right. The shooting.
It's not playing for me. 1 minute.
Oh, it was playing for me.
An experience and something that's uncontrollable, like being struck by lightning. That helplessness in the face of our most primal desires has been romanticized in tragedies for ages. Star-crossed lovers who are drawn together by magic or some other semi-destined force that compels them together despite better judgment. The entire mostly fictional concept of courtly love is driven around this ahistorical but deeply romantic chivalric blue balling of falling in love with someone unattainable and dying tragically as a result of questing or something equally as self-indulgent.
Chivalric blue balling. That's a fucking word.
What do you mean by ahistoric? Like, as in it doesn't exist in history or was not very common? Because
She said it's mostly ahistorical, as in it has occasionally happened in history. It has. And typically it has not worked out very well for the couple, which is why you have a lot of these enemies to lovers stories, the courtly loves and stuff. They usually end up in tragedy because back then people did have this belief that falling in love and using love to become married and to decide your future was a bad idea.
Courtly love is a completely different concept. No, I think it's well, it can be separate. It has immediate ties. Because we're discussing like Pride and Prejudice here, Mupa, and Pride and Prejudice.
Yeah, and
that's a lot of courtly love, and like the nature of the enemies to lovers isn't always explicitly super hostile. It can be on a much smaller scale where it's just like, you know, courtly politics bashing against one another, that sort of thing. So it's a little bit of a struggle to like the two can coincide quite a bit.
Especially since like that's pretty much the basis of the trope back then. In those circumstances back in those days,
Yet again,
and
where
not
are all
just
the
necessarily
zombies?
how it is now.
Hold on now. Holy traces the concept back to Islamic philosophy, picked up by the Crusaders and brought back to Western Europe, where the ideal love was conceptualized as love unattainable. Oh, maybe. Are we using different language for this? Are we using the same word for different things? Maybe.
How far back does that go? Because like one of the paintings that she used as an example was Tristan and Isolde, which is like the precursor to Romeo and Juliet. It's like one of the original English star-crossed lovers fairy stories. It goes back to Arthurian legend.
Yeah, I don't know. This feels strange. Tristan, the handsomest knight. Yeah, it inspires Arthurian legend. Was this really? When was Arthurian legend formed? It inspired Lancelot and Guinevere. Lancelot and Guinevere were a fan fiction upon Arthurian legend.
Yes.
They were added
Arthurian legend
later.
Is like hard to define as like when it began, because ultimately it is something that has been added to for hundreds and hundreds of years, but is ultimately an amalgamation of a lot of stories that predate a lot of modern Christian society.
Mark Cochran said this before stream, and I should have brought this up because you did mention it before stream. I saw it. Historically, marrying members of enemy groups was a common way to resolve conflicts without either side looking like the loser, so the court can come into play. Yes.
Yeah. Like there's a lot of precedent for a lot of different ways that enemies to lovers can apply in real life. When it comes to the fictionalized version of enemies to lovers, it's usually more dramatized, than a lot of what you see in real life. But there are cases, like I said, where it has come about, where I think that there was like I'm trying to remember off the top of my head here, and I don't think it's working very well, but I think that there was a situation where a king or a princess of Scotland married for love, and then that ended up really badly.
Of course.
And so like it does happen in real life. It's just not very common because it was the prevailing idea that romance is something that is frivolous and is not a very wise thing to do. That if you are marrying for your kingdom, or you're marrying for politics, or you're marrying for social status, those are the wise options to do for your family, for yourself, for your children, as opposed to love, which is a very foolish thing for you to do.
Yeah. And then, it gets even more blurry in regards to like how this fits into traditional gender roles and what the expectations are on both ends of that. Or, whether or not the people in question were gay and around those times, There's a lot of layers to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Duty pitted against the heart in a time when honor was the highest thing of value. Add on to it the complexity of medieval storytelling, where maidens and lords are matched up at the whims of their fathers, countrymen, and treaties, and not by the true desires of the heart. We wouldn't
it's that thing we said.
Nowadays consider Romeo and Juliet enemies to lovers, but the undercurrent of the reason they cannot be together is because their families are enemies, rival houses. It creates this agony between them of them not being allowed to be together. That agony, that distress,
they got Pegasus in that?
all together is what makes it such an enriching story. All this speaks to the power that we have given
Chat,
love.
is it even good?
Have you seen? I've only seen the clip from it, but like there was a Like, it was a 1990s version of Romeo and Juliet that was set in, like, the 1930s, like, during the height of, liquor running.
No.
There's a hilarious part because it uses the verbatim language of Romeo and Juliet. So at one point when they're going to fight, it's like, hand me my rapier, and someone opens a case. And inside is a Tommy gun that's labeled.
Oh my god! But yeah, chat, is this Romeo and Juliet anime good? I'm seeing.
I used to see this anime around everywhere. It used to be all over the place. Yes, it used to be very popular.
All right.
Is there any version of Romeo and Juliet that has a happy ending? Kind of like the DiCaprio. I think I'm thinking of the DiCaprio version. Yeah. Version with a happy ending.
It's fantastic. Okay. Lion King 2.
I mean, if you don't adapt Romeo and Juliet with the tragedy, is it really an adaptation of Romeo and Juliet? Because like that's like the heart of the story. Because frankly, without everyone dying at the end, it's no longer a tragedy, it's a comedy. Believe it or not. Because then it would have to end in a wedding. That's sort of how Shakespeare works, because that's how stories were told back then in plays. Literally, the defining aspect of whether or not something was a comedy and whether or not everyone died at the end, or if there was a marriage. If everyone died at the end and there was a marriage, then it's still a comedy. If there was no marriage, then it's a tragedy. Rip Mercutio.
Just like life.
Concept. We want to believe that love has the ability to change someone from a monster to a man. It was the subtext of early monster romances that were trying to prime young women for marrying for reasons other than true love. It was a kind way to make women accept the inevitability of their condition of being married off to whomever. Then, on the flip side, there is something satisfying about the oh shit, I like this person. The moment when you realize that those feelings you've had of anger, frustration, and even hatred were hiding something else. Something you were afraid to recognize because
What is that guy's
get this guy's face, holy
guys, just fuck already.
No, that guy looks like he's about to have a panic attack and have at the same time.
The inevitability.
Oh my god, look at
it.
Daigato made some art.
Whomever. Then on the flip side, there is something satisfying about the oh shit, I like this person. The moment when you realize that those feelings you've had of anger, frustration, and even hatred were hiding something else. Something you were afraid to recognize because
that's either the face of a man that's having a heart attack, or that man just came in his pants and he doesn't know what to do.
I was about to say, it's like that meme jizz in my...
Celtic when he has competition, breaking Ruby, of course. I gotta put this on screen. Not copy, I want to open link.
Yes. Ruby breaking.
That'll be the title of my video.
Geez. Why didn't I think of it?
I love that it's just a giant head. It's the best. Like the giant thing, like the Smiling Friends. This is a Smiling Friends reference for anyone that doesn't see it. I just love that the building is my giant head and I have an inverse head. It's great.
It's so funny.
This is the Frowning Friends episode, which has the best joke in the entire show, the Renaissance Men.
Yes.
Realize that you fall in love with someone you shouldn't means you have to unlearn things. It means knowing that you were wrong, to be shattered and reformed into a completely new person. And then wondering, do you act on those feelings? Can you ever truly be with the object of your desires? Have lines already been crossed? What does it mean to be so compelled by someone in that way?
You give me orders and you expect me to listen. I do not listen.
Well, perhaps you should.
Oh, I shall never listen to you or to anyone I wholeheartedly disagree with.
You wish to know why?
I am uncertain you even know why.
I know why.
Oh, here we go. Enthrall me with your self-knowledge and awareness.
I'm going to pause for that, right?
Yeah.
I like how she has the little broken glass because she would get struck.
Yeah, that's so we got extra layers.
What movie is this?
This is Pride and Prejudice still, probably, right?
Yeah, different versions of it. There are so many.
Yeah. I was gonna say another good enemies to lover, though it's a little more complicated than that. Would probably be the Taming of the Shrew.
Yeah.
That's I love that story. It's one of my favorite Shakespeare plays. It's Bridgerton actually. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Bridgerton.
I've never watched that. I've heard that it's really popular. I don't know if it's any good. I've just never had any interest in watching it.
By the way, Literature Devil is on Volume 6. He just finished the backstory of Salem and Oz. He likes that compared to all of Volume 4 and 5. He found those two to be a waste of time. Wow! You mean 10 Things I Hate About You? All right, first of all, that's an excellent adaptation of Taming of the Shrew. And secondly, shut up. Is it a romance between shrews and other woodland animals? You know, someone's probably
it's a derogatory name for a woman who has a personality.
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna be honest. I thought he said shrooms.
No.
The Taming of the Shrooms. Like sewing scoop. Anyway.
Bedtime Tea Time, number 8. Action Girl figure's minigun lets loose a stream of bullets, crashing into the translucent magical shield in a torrent of sparks. Elegant Doll. My dear, you have to do better than that. A glyph appears below Action Girl figure. Is Elegant Doll just white?
Jinx, you owe me a soda.
Fuck. Oh.
Because I've never met anyone like you. It is maddening. How much you consume my very being.
Narratively, it is that shift that I think is what's interesting for most writers and readers. That moment not only allows just the characters, but the
I think you're confusing consume with consumption, my good sir.
reader to grow as well, to have a brand new understanding of the dynamics around us. Going back to the case study of Elizabeth and Darcy, when Elizabeth rejects Darcy and he writes a letter explaining himself, is the first time we really understand his point of view in the story. Yes, we see Lizzie make fun of her family, but she is very much unaware of how they come across to other people. We are asked to rethink how we've been reading the book and our own prejudice as the reader, and that is what makes it a truly transformative relationship. We are forced to sit down and tackle with how we have been tricked ourselves, how we've been lied to about who is our enemy, how society structures these ideas that we passively consume until something or someone comes and restructures our reality. And
I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily be that
I was gonna
deep,
say,
but,
like,
you
you're
know.
really, she's really leaning on this. It completely changes your point of view thing, and it's like, I don't know.
I mean, I can understand it from the perspective of the characters, but from the reader's perspective,
Well, no.
I mean,
Even from
maybe,
I don't think that's a required part of the trope. It feels like she's very cemented that it's an element of it. Where I think enemies to lovers isn't like a hard, like you can have a sexual attraction to an enemy. Like, that can happen all the time. And when you have that, like, the attraction doesn't go... Like, go back to Batman and Catwoman.
Yeah.
They both know they're probably, like... I don't think they're going to flip sides, typically speaking, but they might bang.
Yeah.
It's that sort of thing.
Definitely do.
Yeah, like, the whole thing that makes enemies to lovers interesting to people is the conflict.
Yeah, it's the chase, you know.
It is the chase. It is the conflict of people who are fundamentally disagreeing with each other and to find a way to make it so that they can be together in the end. It's the how of the happy ending for these people who are on different sides of a war or a conflict or a scuffle or whatever, what have you.
Like God, if you want to know what we are, we explained it near the start of the stream. We did a little guessing game with the chat, and you can ask them; they can explain it for you.
Yep.
Sorry, continue.
No, that was pretty much it. Like, the whole point of what makes this interesting is to see how they ultimately end up together, or if it will end in a tragedy, not whether or not they will disassemble their preconceived biases and see that they're actually in the wrong.
Yeah, because freaking what's the word? Like, these relationships can also be done interestingly in a negative character arc as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like will
Like it.
will X
Yeah.
be redeemed, or will Y fall? Like, will Y fall to the dark? Like, that's always a
Yeah.
question on the mind. Will they find some sort of middle ground? That's always kind of a complicated question.
Yeah, it is kind of that whole forbidden fruit sort of thing. Like we talked about the story of Hannibal Lecter and
Clarice, yeah.
Clarice, sorry. Where it was in the opposite direction, where if you are looking purely at the romance aspect of it, you would expect that he would be redeemed and be able to go out into society in order to be with her. But instead it was the other way around, where she fell into temptation of his lifestyle to be with him.
Jake the Surgeon says, I know she's evil, but hear me out. That's basically it.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all
The
Himiko
loss.
Toga fans. I mean, Himiko Toga is a good example of it being tragic. She
Yeah.
is in love with Izuku and with Ochako, and she ends up basically at the very end realizing, I could have been like a good guy. Like, there's actually something here in being a hero. There's something, like, she discovers what it means to be a good person at the very end, and she's immediately like reflecting, fuck. Well,
Yeah.
I got to give everything to you. Like it's a really sad moment because she's gone too far. Like, there is no turning back for her, and she realizes that.
Also, did you already read the Lost Coyotes super chat?
What did he say?
We gang tuberculosis up in the consumed cave.
I forgot. Yeah, I forgot to read that. Fuck you.
And like the other part of that tragedy as well is, like, she could have chosen any other time to bring up her issues with these other characters, like her desires, and she chose the worst possible fucking moments to do that.
Yeah. It's got more art from Yuri Trigger.
Oh,
got us in our
okay.
Ooh.
costumes.
Oh, let me see.
There we go. Nice and cute. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love how I'm carrying my little candy basket with my tentacle. That's great.
Aww.
Mine is a lunchbox.
Is yours the box? Is yours?
Oh
the box?
wait, yeah, it might be. Yeah, the ones from the game. Okay, that's
box
a neat
in his
touch.
office. That's a great touch.
Yeah.
And the Twice T-Rex is carrying hers.
Yeah, it's so cute. I love it.
But yeah, this might be the first point that we're calling out Princess Weekly here. Princess Weeks here. Princess Weekly.
Yeah.
Princess Weeks. This is the first. Like, I think you're stretching this a little bit.
But we're 10 minutes in, so
yeah,
that's way better batting average.
Yeah,
than
holy
usual.
shit. You've made it already into the top leagues, and it's not even that bad. You're just kind of taking a thought a little too far. So
yeah, usually
right.
usually we'd be like 3 hours in at this point, but you did it in one.
God, I'm just remembering extra credits. Oh, that was like a 5-minute video, and it took us like 4 to 5 hours to get through.
We knew it was gonna end up like that. We knew it. We watched that video before.
Spike and Buffy are another example with Spike regarding his soul, regaining his soul for Buffy. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, like it has nothing necessarily. It has nothing necessarily to do with like learning to view the world differently or learning about your prejudices or learning about how you are evil. It just can be, I want to change because I am in love with this person and I am going to be a better person for him or her.
Yeah, or be a worse person for him or her.
Yeah, I was about to say. Well, actually, roll back a tiny bit because I wanted to understand whether she's talking about this from the perspective of people consuming these stories or from the perspective of the characters.
Well, is it her perspective of other people's consumption? Is it her perspective in
Yeah,
general?
well, yes.
Or is it her particular observation about Pride and Prejudice?
Yeah.
So I'll roll back a little.
We're gonna have
But
to
she is very much
scroll back a
unaware of
lot.
how they come across to other people. We are asked to rethink how we've been reading the book and our own prejudice as the reader. And that is what makes it a truly transformative relationship. We are forced to sit down and tackle with how we have been tricked ourselves, how we've been lied to about who is our enemy, how society structures these ideas that we passively consume until something or someone comes and restructures our reality. In Mesopotamian mythology, there is a ruler called
I mean, I know it's probably relevant because it's like we're going back to ancient storytelling and ancient reality or whatever. But holy shit, that hard fucking transition. Yeah. I'm gonna start most conversations like that now.
How many takes did it take you to actually say that with a straight face?
It's like
I want to know.
No, because I get the feeling that she didn't even consider it. Like it was just like oh yeah, I'll just reference this now. It was like, but now I'm gonna like in Mesopotamian history.
I've been kind of annoyed with how she has structured, how she's edited her video, because it is mostly just her slapping on a bunch of like video clips and then calling it a day. Like I'm listening to her breathe in so much and I'm like, take those out.
Actually,
take them out.
If you can keep ranting for a little bit, I gotta use the restroom and grab a drink.
Sure. So
rant about a woman breathing Twilight.
I'll just press the Twilight rant button and walk away.
So like I said, I've been editing this mega video for my client for like the past 3 or 4 weeks. I am so ready to be done with this book series that she is reading. I'm so ready to be done with these videos. I still have 2 hours left to edit. That's going to be cut down into like at least I would imagine like 40 minutes. But like I have to take out all of her breathing. I have to take out all of her big pauses. I have to take out like anytime she rubs her nose or she just does something that will not look professional. And mostly the breathing is because it's very harsh in your ear, especially when if you're wearing headphones. Like it's very grating to listen to, just the all the time.
Especially if it's like super deep, right? Where it's like it's like a long stretch of dialogue and then like anyway.
Yeah. And and like I'm listening to this and I'm just like I'm in editor mode because I've just been doing it for so long at this point. I'm like, why haven't you done that? You can also make your video so much shorter if you take out all of your breaths. You can cut that shit down by she has like an hour in here. I would imagine that she probably could have cut this down by at least another 4 minutes if she had taken out all of her breaths.
Izanagi for $5, appreciate it, buddy, says, if this segment is what I think it is, I will just say this as a joke. It's not gay if it's clay. Have you seen this video before?
No, I think he knows about the story that might be told.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, all right. Yeah, but I guess that's how Mesopotamians got down back then. Right?
Well, I mean, back then. Yeah. Well, I will also have a little miniature rant here. Also, back in those days, the only proper romantic relationship that you could have was with another man because women were just objects in order to put your dick into.
Well, alrighty.
That was a statement that was said.
What?
I
thought you were going. No. It was. I thought Raymond was gonna say something. I didn't want to interrupt his vision.
No. I like the way that was phrased. I find that very humorous.
Well, yeah. I tried to hide my vitriol for a lot of things with humor.
No one say based. What the fuck?
No.
Jesus Jesus Christ! All right.
No, I'll flip it on head. Woke.
Oh no!
Because it's gay, you know. It's woke now. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Gilgamesh, who starts off being a brutal ruler who is so violent and cruel that the gods create a wild man by the name of Enkidu. Enkidu and Gilgamesh wrestle, and Gilgamesh ultimately wins the battle, but he is so impressed by Enkidu's strength and power that they become close friends. Gilgamesh travels with his best friend and they go on all these adventures, and eventually the gods decide it's gotten a little bit too gay and they strike Enkidu down with illness. Heartbroken, Gilgamesh then goes on to attempt to find the secrets of immortality. Gilgamesh ultimately
gave him
fails
like
to find the
divine
secrets of
AIDS?
immortality,
Fuck.
but he does become a better ruler. This relationship that he has.
No, you misunderstand. They invented AIDS for him.
Right.
This is the origin point. The origin. We've traced it back.
Enkidu is patient zero.
Enkidu.
What did I say?
You said like
Enkidu.
I don't even remember.
Oh,
Enkidu.
Enkidu.
Yeah. Like
oh
Aikido.
no, it's Aikido. Oh no.
As what Enkidu allows him to grow and evolve as a person. What's more so is that he was created to be his exact opposite. He was created to be the perfect companion to him, and for them to have this conflict that was supposed to end in their death, but really ends in their friendship. These two forces that were meant to be inevitable to meet, coming together, clashing, and rather than hating each other, they find that there is a connection to be found in that kind of equal
you also
respect
get those
of these.
smacks, those lip smacks. I fucking
Hydrate.
Yeah,
me.
hydrate. I told my client, like, please, for any future video that you record, drink a lot of water the night before. I am listening to all of these lip smacks and all of these like little pops and clicks whenever you talk, and I can't fucking take them out of the video because they are in the middle of a word, and if I try to take them out, then the word is going to be partially cut off in the middle.
Jake the Surgeon says, it's not gay to pitch for your bro. Women will never understand. Okay, but then you reach the paradox if it is gay to catch for your bro. So you have a bunch of guys that are just pitching, but no one catching. And just everyone's playing a really weird game of baseball.
Well, all you need to do is just say no homo as you catch it.
I guess, yeah, you're right. It's a timing. Like, you have to say no homo on the in stroke.
Right.
All right, I don't know where I'm going with this. Bedtime tea party 9. Here's something wholesome. Action girl figure notices the light glowing below, jumping back and avoiding the brunt of the attack. Her minigun's barrels is not so fortunate. Action girl figure, you cheated. You cheating? Fine. Let's how you like this. Let's see. I imagine that's supposed to be a C. Kristen Rose says to quote Scatsbury, no gillafuck.
No Gilgafuck.
Gilgafuck.
No Gilgafuck.
To be fair, he is the worst Fate character, which is really impressive. Honestly,
I mean, in Fate Unlimited Blade Works, he's awful, but in Fate Zero, I mean, granted, everybody's better in Fate Zero.
Well, yeah, but I still hate him.
Not saying much.
Yeah.
Just because Fate Zero is tolerable, I mean, he's also awful in everything else. He's the literal, nuh-uh, my power is so much bigger than yours. He's that type of enemy, and it pisses me the fuck off.
Ew.
Yeah.
Gross.
I'm
so glad. I'm so glad that my introduction to the Fate series was Zero, and that I thought that it was so awful, because I am hearing that as that is apparently the best of the anime, I could just discard the entire series.
Also,
I don't need
it. I guess it should be noted that we were making a lot of light here. This woman is presuming homosexuality in this circumstance. I mean, it's definitely enemies to friends at the very minimum. But
yeah,
like and Twy obviously has her very strong opinions that it was only okay to be romantically partnered with your men and you fuck your woman to procreate. But like, there's a really bad tendency of historians to look back at historical figures and go, oh, they were totally gay because they had a close relationship with another man. It's like, or a close relationship with another woman, depending, what sex they were.
Well, no, like the issue is not necessarily that this stuff happened, but necessarily that they're looking at history and historical figures and historical societies and societal expectations through a modern day lens.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily going to track very well because there is going to be some slight nuances in how their culture works, how their mindsets works. And people try to say all the time, like, oh, well, they weren't so different from us. There's still gay people that existed back then. It's like, that's not what we're saying. We are saying that fundamentally their culture and their society and their societal expectations and their mindsets and their views were fundamentally different from ours.
Yeah, it's a different context.
Yeah, therefore it is difficult to just blanket statement say, oh, these guys were gay or these girls were lesbian.
I mean, a great example of this is the Middle East, where typically you can walk down the street and you'll just see a bunch of guys holding hands as they're walking down the road. People kiss each other on the lips as a greeting. It's like, that's a completely different culture in the modern day. It's not, strictly speaking, homosexual behavior because culturally it's different.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. And let me tell you something. They let me just say right here, from what I hear of the Middle East, they're not a big fan of the homosexuals over there, okay?
Like, culturally for us, kissing is a pure romantic thing. That is why Europeans get the side eye over here, because they are a lot more flexible with how they greet people platonically as opposed to us, who have surprisingly a much more conservative outlook on like physical interactions.
It does fluctuate a little bit. I know that there's like portions south of where I live, but also north of the deep south that like there's like a band of America where like kissing platonically is just a thing that happens. So it does fluctuate even within our time, but it frustrates me when people, like, you're right, they ascribe the modern lens, like the modern New Yorker lens, to how everything works. Like that's like, that's the cultural zeitgeist of New York, Chicago, and LA that just dominates everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
Unfairly. Oh, and also, as I want to highlight what Lunar Druid says here. I don't know if this is true or not, but maybe one of y'all could verify. No, Gilgamesh rejected the advances of the goddess Ishtar because of how she treated her previous lovers. Then the gods kill Enkidu to punish Gil after they kill the thing she sent to kill him.
That sounds like it's more.
That sounds roughly like it's
I know nothing about it, but if that is true, then she is misrepresenting to try and prove her point.
Yeah. I do wish that I had known that she was going to be talking about Mesopotamian mythology. I would have brushed up on that, because it has been at least a year at minimum since I have delved into those stories.
To clarify, people, we mean we're talking kissing on the lips. Kissing in other circumstances, actually, like kissing a friend, like especially for like girls kissing a friend on the cheek, that's not really, no one really blinks at that. Kissing someone on the forehead when you're like very close, like you can have that. Guys, it's a little more questionable, but if it's like a sister or a mother
or
a brother or something, well, I don't. Brothers don't typically do that. That's a little weird for brothers. Like, and this is
not
we go
like most of.
We go into like the nuance here is like, okay, well, we're qualifying because it's a lot more complicated, even in the modern day, between so many different peoples and cultures and such, to the point that like we're both here sitting like, well, is it bros? Is it gay to kiss your brother on the forehead?
I was about to say, what is the kissing laws here? Okay, where's the kiss amendments?
the kiss amendments.
The kiss amendments.
We'll have to ask. Gene. Damn it! I ruined my own joke. Who's the lead guitarist of kiss?
Oh fuck, I forgot.
Gene something.
Damn.
Oh fuck.
Simmons.
Yeah.
Damn it! I that was gonna be a good joke.
Gene Simmons.
Oh, Simmons. Well, I mean, to be fair, the joke is already passed. I've already fucked it
Yeah.
up.
What if you kiss someone below the belt? Is that a platonic thing that pals do? Some of them do, actually.
Okay.
I have heard of instances where it is done as a platonic thing to just help your friends out if they are sexually frustrated. And I have also heard that it is also a power move that men do to each other in order to assert their dominance. So there are different contexts, and it does not mean necessarily that they are gay.
I will say, never heard that before. Platonically sucking your bro off. Never. Can't say I've ever heard of that occurring.
Dude, this takes Do Me a Solid to a whole new holy shit.
No, I have heard that story once where it was just a thing between that friend group where they were all like straight, relatively speaking.
Lily Orchard might approve. Oh
no! We're moving on.
Well, I was gonna say, it's like I have what was it? I have relationships with women and sex with men. Bro. That means a gay.
That means a gay.
Simmons is a bass player. I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to them. That would be something that my mom's husband would know anything about. But anyway, the other one, the power thing, I know that that's done in biker gangs.
Yeah. Okay. Gang. I get. Now you bring up gang dynamics. Prison definitely. Although I don't know if you want to. If those are positive points.
That's what I said. That's what I was saying, though, is that there are different dynamics in different situations, and that does not mean necessarily that it's gay. I was talking about nuance, guys.
Are we
but we don't have that here.
Are we gonna?
We're fresh out. I've got news for you. You're gay. Insert berserk music. Oh yeah. That's just that's the song Guts, isn't it?
That's Guts' theme. Yeah.
It's not my fault that you guys didn't fucking pay attention to what I was saying.
Talking to the chat.
Yeah.
Two rivals. This is also why all sports anime is gay. I do consider the Epic of Gilgamesh the first BL.
What?
I think I want to believe this is a joke. I like to make myself believe that she's just joking right here.
Yeah, but he also said that most sports anime is gay, and it's not.
I mean, yeah, it's not, but like I'm saying, this whole thing as a whole is I pray that it's a joke.
You got it. Oh no, I missed like an hour of the stream. No.
Well, to be fair, listen, we're an hour in, and we've gone 11 minutes into the video. So
this is
I
like
feel
a
like
new
we're
record.
in a good video. Yeah.
It's taken until now for us to come up against something questionable.
Yeah.
But is she Mimi though? Well, let's roll it back one bit. And
I want
these two rivals. This is also why all sports anime is gay. I do consider the Epic of Gilgamesh the first BL. They're gonna take away my diploma, but it is like the Epic of Gilgamesh is a BL.
No, she was laughing because they were
Naruto
gonna take away
Sasuke.
her
Tell me that's not
diploma.
Murther. Okay.
Wait,
They're gonna take away my diploma, but it is like the Epic of Gilgamesh is a BL. Tell me that's not Naruto Sasuke. Tell me that's not Murther. Okay.
Naruto Sasuke isn't canon.
I know, but I think she's just it's a joke.
No, I think she's being serious.
I think she is being serious.
I don't know. I don't believe she's just joking about it because it's like, oh, I don't know. It's
I don't know, because like both you and I are autistic. We can't get like subtle sarcasm and things like
hold
that,
on there.
but
I
at
think
the same
we're
time,
two different
like,
kinds of autistic. To
Yeah,
be fair.
Dwight, you're Canadian autistic. He's black autistic.
No, I'm
different.
female autistic. He's male autistic. Those are the differences.
Oh shit.
So as someone who is the only one that's apparently capable of picking up on these nuances, and yet because I'm ADHD, apparently I'm sensitive. No, I think she's absolutely serious, and she's laughing because it sounds ridiculous. She knows it's ridiculous, and she's saying it anyway, as like asserting it as a truth.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
to be
because-
fair. Oh god.
It's because she said it in such a serious way, and then she only laughed when she made the joke about taking away her diploma, and then she doubled down on it by saying the Epic of Gilgamesh is like Naruto and Sasuke.
Yeah.
And, like this, if this is a gag, it's going on a little long.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, like, the reason why I say it's a meme is because other people have done this, and it seems to be a legitimate joke at times, but I think it's just the added context with her that just makes this really weird.
Ugok says, okay, Free is gay-ish, kind of, sort of, I guess. Big fan. No, it absolutely Free, I would say, is totally Fujoshi bait.
Sure.
Fujoshi bait and being gay is different.
Yeah, it's not Yuri on Ice.
Yeah,
No.
like we had talked about that, the difference between Free and Yuri on Ice.
Yeah. We've had this conversation before. Why do we keep getting dragged into the conversation about whether things are gay? Where do the enemies to lovers go?
Listen, yeah, where's the politics go? I can't believe I'm saying this, but where's the politics?
What was the thing that brought up our conversation about it?
That was a while ago.
It was a while ago. I know
it was like a month or two ago. In that way, I mean.
No, we were still watching Yu Yu Hakusho.
Hmm.
Was it the conversation where we were discussing like Yusuke and Kuwabara or Hiei and Kama?
Yeah, we were discussing how people ship the boys in that group because we were talking about how poorly written the women were, and we've just gotten to the arc where we've just gotten to the arc
as a Naruto situation where it's like the female love interests are so poorly written that it's like, okay, I guess the guys have more going on.
Yeah.
Well, no, like the thing is that all of the female characters except for Genkai, I wanted to.
Yeah, I was gonna say we just lost the best written female character, unfortunately.
Oh, so you're that far into
Dark
Tournament.
we just got to the Toguro fight with Genkai.
Okay.
Yeah. So like we've had a lot of discussions about how bland the female characters are and how the evolution of how female characters are treated in shonen anime has really improved since the days of like Dragon Ball and Yu Yu Hakusho. And all of these other stories where they now get to be real people and they get to have character arcs and all of these things. And so it's really frustrating when you get people in our comment section arguing with me about how the female characters in MHA are really badly written. It's like, motherfucker.
Mark!
Mark! Wait, what?
Why would you say
Mark.
that? We're in the middle of watching it, and I know it's a pretty old anime, and I'm not usually that much of a stickler for spoilers for old content. But if I'm specifically said I'm watching something, why would you just tell me something that happens? That's very rude.
What?
He said that she comes back, and I'm like, oh, come on. All right.
No spoilers, guys, please.
Yeah, why the fuck would you say that? What was going through your brain to think that was okay to say?
Yeah, Mark Cochran, for the record.
You're going in the timeout corner, Mike.
Oh, shit! Well, he said whoops. Wasn't really an poor impulse control. Maybe just sit in the timeout corner a little bit. And
he'll be in the timeout corner for 1 minute.
Okay.
Izanagi said, I was gonna say, oh god, I said what I said as a joke. I didn't expect it to be serious. Why do I feel this might go downhill? I'm looking forward to it going downhill.
Yeah.
And then
I'm tired of agreeing with people.
Yeah, we've been too nice so far. Crimson Rose and the Phoenix started screeching. Yes.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say it was also like there was someone on stream. He's here in chat, I think. That was watching me play through Silent Hill F, and he was like telling me certain things after I was like just voicing my thoughts out loud, and he was like, "Oh yeah, no, this is definitely true," and I'm like, "Dude, I'm figuring it out.
What the fuck?
The fun of Silent Hill is trying to piece things together. You know, don't just like, especially because that's a brand new game. Like I'm trying to go into it as blind as possible.
Yeah.
I gotta wonder, like, because I know that some people find I'm not saying that that anyone here is doing this because of that. Like it was obviously a mistake. But I do know that there are some people out there who find joy in spoiling things for people.
Really?
It was a problem with my friend James when he was going through Kingdom Hearts for the first time. He made note to ask us to never say that he was playing it for the first time because he didn't want to let people know that he was, in case if those types of people were going to come into his chat.
By the way, Shin Megami Tensei, yes, that was him. He says, "All right, might be." It's like, don't worry, man. I get it. It's someone that wants to share. I get it.
Yeah. But I gotta wonder, like, if somebody tried to do that to me on a video game that I was playing, especially if it was on stream or something, I would just stop playing.
I mean, I wouldn't blame you at that point. I think when it comes to, like, especially games I haven't played before, because obviously you're not going to react that way to something you've played before.
I would stop playing on stream. I would just finish the game on my own.
Yeah.
Right.
Teddy Bear Paladin, bedtime tea time 10. Action girl figure discards the now useless weapon and pulls out 2 multi-rocket launchers. A rocket launching artillery backpack materializing along them. Elegant doll. Compensating dear. Why did this turn into an action shonen? What?
Yeah, what the fuck?
And how are they better written than Keiko?
I mean, I was about to say, since when did this become a trigger anime?
We've had a lot of discussions while we've been going through Yu Hakusho.
Apparently.
It's very interesting because, it's because it's such a well-regarded anime, like, historically. But, it's amazing how popular it is with how flawed it is.
Well, also, we are technically watching Yu Hakusho through a modern lens. I am also currently showing a bunch of our friends MHA for the first time. So it's a very startling thing to go from MHA to Yu Hakusho. But to be fair to Yu Hakusho, it broke a lot of ground. Yusuke was one of the very first times that you had a shonen protagonist like him. I don't think that Japan had ever really seen a protagonist like him before. Where not only a delinquent, but a delinquent who never stops being a bit of an asshole.
Yeah.
Like we're halfway through the series and he's still just as much of an asshole as he was episode 1.
Oh yeah, he's still and the thing is, he hasn't really changed all that much. He's gotten a little softer at some edges. And like that's really it, because he's always had kind of a heart of gold. It's just been brought forward by events.
Exactly. And like there were a lot of things that were revolutionary about Yu Hakusho for the time. And for the time, meaning 1990 to 1996. That's around the time period that was coming out. But again, like, we're watching it in a modern lens where there's a whole bunch of new anime that's coming out that has since built off of Yu Hakusho.
I got overhyped.
I'm sorry, overhyped.
Okay, Kaiser, you read one guy. You read the first line. I'll read the second guy.
Hey, have you seen this show?
No, it's my first time.
No, he dies in the end.
You know what? You're adopted. How's that for a spoiler?
Oh right, this is a Vine. I remember.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Also,
that's
Yasha
so
the
funny.
Flames types it correctly, so I'm gonna have to try and do the voice. You're a meshy. Sorry, there we go.
I didn't know that we were going to be talking about Yu Yu Hakusho so much. I would have brought on James.
Well, we'll be getting back underway with the video here. I'm just
Yeah.
so flabbergasted that we're already going into the route of Gilgamesh was totally boning his friend. It's like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
It's gay. But the point is that through that companionship, through that rivalry that was set up by the gods, not only does Enkidu gain more sense of humanity through his relationship with Gilgamesh that, transforms him, but also Gilgamesh learns actual love and companionship and finding his equal, finding someone that he respects and cares for in that way. Even someone that he was supposed to defeat and take down, he realizes that he was only pushing away certain parts of himself that needed to be explored.
Ever since the day I first met you, always ready to meet the next challenge, even if it's bigger than you are. So we meet at last.
What does it...
Bros, is it gay to emotionally grow as a person by coming into conflict with a friend?
I was about
According
to
to
say,
Fujoshi, yes.
Yeah, I was about to say this is so Fujoshi brain. Like
It
that goes
is.
back to the freaking sports anime thing. Let me rant a little
It's
bit
really
now.
weird
because
you go.
No, it's insanely weird because it's also disregarding, as we said before, how different Japan is in regards to like showing affection and the way that is affirmed in their media as opposed to our media. Because in Japan land, okay, emotions are in like expressing emotions, especially like earlier in anime years, was a lot more, how should I say this, constrained, especially in comparison to it is now. But even then, it's still that much more constrained in comparison to the rest of the world. So you match that with the fact that anime and their media in general tends to lean into melodrama or just drama in general, either in terms of dialogue or whatever. And even the most simplest of emotional affirmations that are common in the West come off as incredibly big expressions in Japanese media. And that's why I'm so upset when I see things like, for example, the main two rivals in Hajime no Ippo, Ippo and Miyata. Oh, are they gay? And like in story, there are jokes about that because that's just the style of humor at the time. But it's obviously not that. It's Ippo who admires Miyata because he's someone around his age who is trying to be really good at boxing that he learned how to like. And Miyata as a person has the things that Ippo lacks and is striving to get. So that's why he is fixated on him for so much of the story.
Yeah. And I also want to say I find it really interesting that people who think like this, and I also saw in my timeline a video that was like why yaoi anime or why gay relationships in anime are so much better than straight ones and stuff. And that's usually the non-canonical shit that people see in it. And it also goes into sexism as well, where only male characters are allowed to have these types of arcs, only with each other. You typically don't have female characters who have these kinds of arcs, or a male character with his love interest go through these kinds of arcs, and that's usually because, again, like we were just discussing with Yu Yu Hakusho, the female characters weren't really all that much of characters up until more recently.
Yeah, and there it's even fewer in regards to like female rivals.
I was going to say
a female who's a rival with a male character in the shonen show. The only one that I can name off the top of my head that is Gash or Zatch Bell, and Sherry is much different from Vegeta in even that regard.
I have another example that you could actually use. It's actually not that bad. Alan B. Beardsley from G Gundam.
Oh yeah. Oh, Allenby.
In fact,
okay.
I love her dynamic with Domon
Yeah.
and Rain because
they should have got together.
Well, no, like man,
we've been robbed.
Well, no, I actually love her because she was willing to let him go, and like
that is good.
Like her last lines in the series were basically like, "You go tell her how you feel because otherwise you'll be the only person I'll be able to say I love you to." Like she's like, "I'm letting you go." But if you don't do this, I'm going to be attached to you. I don't want that. Like we gotta like she's
you gotta
mature enough to break
she's
her own heart. That. Like it's a good dynamic in such a goofy show.
No, okay. To clarify, I'm glad enough with Allenby's character, and that's really good. I just wish Domon's and Rain's relationship was better.
Yeah, that's a different beast. Keiko pulled Yusuke out of a burning house. Yeah, and then she did very little else. She has taken care of Pooh. That's all she has done.
Actually, let me think. Is Rain more useful than Keiko? I mean, technically...
No, absolutely, because Rain is directly responsible for maintaining the fucking Gundam. Without her, Domon is fucked on several levels. And then with her, he's fucked at the end of the series on other levels. Yugox, men should be more openly expressing their emotions. Meanwhile, when male characters are presented expressing their emotions, they're called gay. Interesting. Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I think, you know what it is? Maybe this is me being a tinfoil hat kind of person. So, stop me if I'm being too stupid. But a part of me feels like part of this is because men have had such a hard time and it's way less normalized to express their emotions, especially towards each other in like a real vulnerable way and have that when people outside of that see that, they just I guess it's like a culture shock situation that they just assume because they've never been exposed to it before.
Right. That is actually a recency bias. Because there have been people who have looked into male emotions through Western culture, and apparently what they found is that the whole men need to be stoic and not show their emotions and stuff, that was kind of an invention of the Industrial Revolution, where they would teach men to suck it up and to not express their emotions so that they can work them harder in the factories.
Yeah, as someone who is a very big fan of capitalist and free market enterprise, mostly free market, there's a distinction. Cannot say that the industrial era was free of its awful fucking shit. It really led to some damage to society, and it really saddens me.
God.
So, like, what a lot of women who do say stuff like that are trying to do is to try and reverse that in society. But again, like Yugok said, it does kind of shoot your point in the foot when you also label everything gay. Like,
it's sort of it's very weird because it's like all in the same movement. The same movement that is saying, hey, we got, have men express their emotions is within pretty much the same exact time frame as, okay, we gotta like be more accepting of LGBT people. And you have both of these groups or both of these movements getting their wires crossed at the same time.
Yeah.
Because in both cases, they interpret it as like some form of repression, but they can't delineate between the two.
Jake the Surgeon says, while not a rival, Mina from Kaiju number 8 is someone Kafka strives to be like. I don't know enough about Kaiju.
I've only seen the first episode. I heard it's good, but I just feel a little bit shonened out. So I want to be a bit more selective when it comes to it.
Bastard.
Maybe I'll watch it.
I gotta go dive into fucking redo of Healer sometime soon. That's still gonna happen. But
I still find it kind of funny that people just focus on you for this shit.
Yeah.
Even though that it's all of our podcast, it's only you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, it's a fun dynamic. I like the idea of us doing more of those, like telling each other the story. I think that's fun.
Yeah, that is true.
But I was gonna say, like, it's very interesting coming from the Yuri fandom because we do have. I mean, it's actually ever since Ruby, the White Rose dynamic has become kind of super popular, but we don't have anything quite like the Yaoi fandom and the Yuri fandom are not super compatible. Like they're not. Like on the outside, you might be like, oh yeah, no, they're both homosexual leaning storytelling, but it's very different. I don't know how to describe it. Like it's so much softer in Yuri, typically speaking. I mean, there's obviously toxic Yuri, but like weirdly enough, toxic Yuri gets acknowledged as being toxic, as opposed to a lot of yaoi being toxic but not acknowledged as so. Like Baku Deku is not like typically acknowledged as toxic, even though it would definitely be fucking
100%. Yeah.
Well, like a lot of what frustrates me about a lot of fanon yaoi shit is that they usually flanderize a lot of the characters' personalities, or they don't understand them in the first place. Specifically,
that's a lot of
Baku
problems
Deku.
with shipping in general, but yeah, especially that.
Yeah. Well, like personally, I'm mostly in the straight spaces, but when I have delved into yaoi specifically, I see the worst flanderization of a lot of the characters in those spaces. Like Bakugo and Midoriya especially. Like Bakugo becomes like either this soft uwu bunny rabbit loving kind of person.
Oh my god. Fucking kill me. Just fucking kill me right now.
Yeah. No, it's ridiculous the lengths that they go to in order to make these boys have a romantic relationship sometimes.
And kind of adjacent, one of the fanfics that I read, one of my favorite elements, they basically force him into therapy, and one of the things that's recommended for him is to get a pet cat, and it's fucking adorable how he's still fucking like angry and pissed off just petting a fluffy cat and no one can take him seriously. It's great. Her name is Princess. No, her name is Queen. That's right. Her name is Queen. And like he does love her to death, but like he's still Bakugo. It's like at the end of the day, he's still kind of a yelling asshole, and because he's trying to get control of his anger issues, like he has to be like, you pissed on the don't do that again. It's like you can tell he's like so pissed at her. It's great. It's adorable. It's like one of the best parts of the fanfic.
Someone asked if I have a channel. Yes, I do have a channel. I just haven't been on it in a while because I am lazy and it takes me a while to set up for streaming, and partially because I have been procrastinating on making my next Digimon video because I'm intimidated by my own work. I will say that. And also partially because again, I have been editing this one mega video for somebody else for like close to a month.
Yeah.
Can we talk about how people ship Goku with every female but his wife? People ship Goku? Yeah, Mark.
Yeah, they do.
I'm saying, I'm like, I don't. Look, the fact that Goku ever had a kid is just one of those eldritch truths I never want to learn. Because that man is just so fist-brained, quite literally.
I never shipped Goku with anyone. It was always Gohan that I shipped people with. Like
Gohan definitely. Him and
that
Vidar
makes more sense.
Yeah. I mostly watched Dragon Ball Z for Gohan, to be honest with you. When he stopped being like the main character of sorts of that was when I started to bow out.
Izanagi says, the whole male flanderization thing reminds me of Draco in leather pants for some reason, but I could be very off.
Yes.
No, that's correct.
What's Draco in leather pants?
It's Draco wearing leather pants.
Wait, no, that's a fanfic. Oh, never mind. All right, fuck it.
Well, it's a fanfic thing.
It's a fanfic trope.
Okay. All right. Say no more. Let's move on.
Goku X and Frank exist Celtic. We read it.
We read it.
What the? Why are y'all telling me?
And honestly, it's actually, of all the shit that we have read, it's honestly not the worst thing.
Oh my god!
I mean, him having a Super Saiyan battle with Hitler, like, it's at least comedy gold. All right. It's also like brutally short. I thought it was longer
Yeah.
when we first
Damn.
like we knocked that out in like half an hour. It felt like.
Yeah, we
Wow.
did.
Anne Frank, like the historical figure, yes,
Yes.
that is a story that exists.
Okay, moving on.
Anyway,
Mean to be enemies? This is a question that I think makes this trope so hard to depict outside of fantasy. What does it mean for someone to be your enemy? Like, unless you're Imagine Dragons,
the
like
God
everyone
damn
doesn't
it.
want to be your enemy.
All right, fuck
Sorry.
it. We had the
I
same
had to
brain
make that
cell.
joke.
All right,
I
well, that's the
didn't-
end of
I
the
know
show.
it, I know it was bad, but you all watch Arcane, so like. Whose fault is it, me or you? And also the question of how does being an enemy differ from being a bully or a rival or an oppressor? In comics, there is usually a lot of examples of a hero, usually a male hero.
sorry, bully and rivals have kind of a clearer distinction, but oppressor, I think, would
Yeah,
like,
that's
automatically be
primarily
enemy.
antagonistic. Like,
Yeah,
what?
that's like inherently.
Yeah.
How can you be an oppressor but not be an antagonist?
I mean, I guess like if I'm being completely transparent, like Harden and Velvet in Fixing Ruby, like
okay.
like maybe. Because
Yeah.
would you consider the humans?
I mean,
the
that would be
oppressor?
more.
But like,
I mean, that would be more like the bully thing.
that yeah. Well, it's
Oh,
more-
but you're gonna get filleted and barbecued by a lot of people now, Raymond.
I'm not saying I'm not confirming it, but I'm saying like if we were to take it as example and say, okay, if they got together, what's the qualification? Are the humans technically the oppressors of the faunus? Like, or like that's another problem with like
guess.
it's a little clearer in Fruby that they're not strictly supposed to be oppressors. They're just it's societal, I guess societal pressures more so.
Mm-hmm.
Holy bunny, Moopa. It's holy bun. Holy bun. I coined that term. Tell everyone Celtic supports holy honey buns. Honey buns. What's
Oh my
honey
God.
buns? So someone
Like-
forgot to put the E in honey.
Oh dear.
Bedtime party, tea time 11. Action girl figure. Compensate for this. A torrent of missiles fires forth, spreading out before her homing on an elegant doll. Elegant doll smirks. Little cub. Big sis, dinner's ready. Both toys lay inert in our cub's hands. Oh, that's cute.
Aw.
Yeah.
I can't type actually. Moopa, don't worry. We're both writers. We both understand this. You can't type.
Oh dear. I
Typing
think
is a
Zero
social
got hacked
construct.
or something.
Wait, what?
What?
Did he send you something in DMs?
No, he just left everything, and I can't contact him.
Oh
Uh-oh.
shit.
Zero,
Hope
if you
they're
can hear
okay.
us, blink twice if you're okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, hope you're all right, dude. That's crazy.
But yeah, no,
'Cause,
like,
like,
Oppressor is the one that I think would get the most mix. I think Rival and Bully are very different contexts.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Being attracted to and in the push and pull relationship of a female antagonist. The most famous example of this would, of course, be Batman and Catwoman. And then, of course, there's their Marvel AU Spider-Man
Right.
and Black Cat. And these relationships have the underlying tension of, despite there being this attraction, there is simply an unaligned morality between them. And therefore, no matter how much they care for each other, them being together would mean the hero compromising their honor.
Bruce, I would love to live with you and your.
Pausing for coffee, all right?
Yep.
They're Marvel AU. Did I hear that right? That's a joke. That was a joke.
Yeah, that's very clearly a joke.
Castle.
She.
Batman.
I just couldn't
God
live with
damn.
It's been a while since I have seen this movie.
Yeah, me
it's
too.
been
Holy
forever.
shit.
If I hear Batman slander, then I'm ready to fight. I don't know if it's really Batman slander.
No, see, she's just saying that, yeah, this is like a
She's
common
acknowledging-
thing in
she's
superhero
acknowledging They have
tropes.
a moral disconnect. Batman would never give up his heroic virtues for her, and she would never give up thieving for him. Except apparently
Yeah.
in the comics they do. because they're married.
Until they didn't, and then they're not married anymore.
It's comics.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Nothing lasts.
Anime
fucking
Sniper
cowards.
1. So where can I get the best critique places? I have 2 series that I want to start publishing online. God, you got to find a paid for editor. Fiverr offers that. Like you can find a lot of good editors on Fiverr, believe it or not. They're going to be expensive. Like you gotta understand, if you're writing something original, you're gonna have to shell out to get it properly vetted.
Yeah.
That said, I'm pretty sure there are also, the Discord servers that are specifically for this purpose. Whether or not they're less expensive in that regard than the ones in Fiverr,
they'll be
I
less
don't know.
consistent when you find someone that's professionally doing it and they have a paycheck tied to it. They will actually give you better feedback. Jake the Surgeon says Bruce and Selena were going to get married, but that would require Batman to be happy. True.
Oh, so was it like they were going to do it, but then they didn't do that, and that's the end of that plot line? I can believe that.
At the same time, through this dynamic, we see the antagonist being pulled slightly towards the light, or how much they care while still sticking to their own amoral compass. On the softer side of this trope, it presents a way for characters to develop. By being on opposite sides and having them clash, you are allowed insights into how both these characters feel, to see what lines each is able to cross, how much they might feel stifled by people who they might consider to be friends. One of my favorite kind of
that, for the record, Amity and Luz were bullies to lovers. They're not enemies to lovers.
Right.
They are or bullies to rivals to lovers, really. So not really applicable in this circumstance.
Soft sapphic examples of this is in the 90s cartoon Gem and the Holograms. There are the rival bands, Gem and the Holograms.
Yeah, I remember
and
this
the
show.
Misfits.
Yeah.
Wow, that's wild reference. Okay.
Yeah, I forgot that.
Gem
She. Anyway, I'm sorry. I have to avoid the copyright.
So we can play it for a few seconds. Okay. Amity was the Draco that loses Harry. Yeah. It's a mix of a lot of different things. It's a bit of Draco, a bit of Little Witch Academia, a little bit of White Rose in there.
Bit of column A, bit of column B. It's fine.
Yeah.
And there's an episode in season 2, I believe, called The Band's Breakup, where Kimber, who is the younger sister of the lead, Jem/Jerica, and the writer of the songs for the Holograms, and Stormer, who's the creative one on the Misfit side, decide to join forces and make their own group because they don't feel respected, and they become best friends forever.
It was fun, Stormer. It was more than fun, Kimber. Oh.
And there's a ballad being sung about the two of them being a bad influence on each other.
Keep away, Shalene. You are straight as something up your sleeve. Use your head, you'll be misled. The girl's a fool.
But it gives you this fun moment where the good guy and bad guy are temporarily on each other's side, and you get a kind of lingering look of how different sides look, and that's kind of one of the softer ways of doing that. What then becomes...
Okay.
That teeters a little bit on rival to lover. If it's not even really a lover beyond
rival to friendship.
Yeah.
Rival to friend, yeah.
Shippers will take that to lover, but you're right, that is friendship.
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't like how you're using a lot of references that aren't actually the lover trope. It's just the fandom takes it to lovers.
Yeah, that's why we talked so much about the fact that most of the examples that people were coming up with in chat were fanon, not canon, and why we were trying to use canon examples.
Amity was Diana from Little Witch Academia. Not quite. There's some pretty there's a lot of similarities on the surface, but deeper below, they are very different characters. But they're part of the same trope. I call it the White Rose trope because there's a lot of ships that kind of fall into that paradigm after White Rose became kind of solidified.
Also, you're obsessed.
Yes, but it's not just me that's noticed it. There's a lot of Yuri fans have picked up on that connective tissue.
More complicated.
More than one
when
person
you get
can be
things
obsessed, Raymond.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can also be
Yeah.
correct. Anyway.
The rivals
Oh my
and the bully
God.
romances. And I think when it
Delusional.
comes to rivalries, I think it can be interesting when you have two people who are equally adept but are constantly in conflict because, like, you know, it's the Cindy and Jimmy Neutron of it all, where like they're both smart, but Jimmy's a genius and Cindy's like,
forgot about
well,
that.
F you, weird kid. Like, that's a fun rivalry. And then there are sort of questions that you had to ask yourself, I think, as an adult, of like, what is the line between toxic storytelling, reinforcement of negative tropes, and also like wanting to explore complicated characters? I think often of
Okay, well,
I mean,
let's ask that question then. What is the line? Like, what is toxic storytelling? I guess is the best lead-off question here.
Well, I guess it depends on how much you acknowledge within story that what's happening is toxic. Whether or not you want it to like mainly be toxic as a negative character arc for both characters that ends either in them both being worse or being like tragic. Or
Well, to be fair,
do you wanna,
I think she's talking more towards the audience in terms of like what is because she's saying like, you know, reinforcing negative tropes. What does that really mean? I've been thinking about this. Like, if
I was about to say, like, that's the part that makes me think she's talking about writing instead of like the audience, because okay, reinforcing like negative tropes. It sounds like a more of like a question for the writer thing, I guess.
Well, I mean, like, who is judging whether or not a trope is negative?
Yeah, basically.
Like that's
there
the
can
question of it.
like there can be negative tropes, obviously. But enemies to lovers is obviously not one. There can be, or if you're talking like subsections of enemies to lovers that is intrinsically bad, then sure. But that depends on how you categorize that. You would need to like really nail that down.
Sorry, I'm trying to.
Yeah.
So it like this is where I'm getting kind of a little bit frustrated. I'm just
What?
I'm trying to move Takara around, and for some reason, it's not letting me adjust where she is.
Oh no, it's because I'm running around too much, isn't it?
No. Like I want to put your dinosaur over top of my arm so that you can see the dinosaur more clearly. And like it was not letting me, like, it threw you into the chat folder that I have. I don't want you in there.
Weird.
See, chat, this is what happens when you try to put women first.
But yeah, okay, so yeah, the idea of a toxic storytelling, I don't know, like,
I mean,
trashy I think exists, but toxic I don't know, because like, are you trying to say it reinforces negative stereotypes? I guess.
Like what? I guess if you're asking like what extent does it do so, but even then, like if you're talking about the audience's reaction to it, I guess, or like re-examining these stories in retrospect, then it goes back to what I said earlier. Depends on like how much the story itself kind of acknowledges the relationship as being toxic.
It also depends on the audience member too. So
true.
This is a weird.
It's a weird question to pose.
I always find it weird as anyone that always says you can't make, like, I'm worried this is going down the same logic rabbit hole of you're not allowed to make that story because it's negative in some way, shape, or form, or it's something that I don't like, or you're not doing this the way that you're supposed to. Like,
yeah,
you can't
if it
make
can go wrong, you can't do it. You know, it's like if there's even a one, you know, the Batfleck meme.
Yeah, basically. So I'm worried we're going down that rabbit hole when I'm very much I don't care if it's awful. Your story deserves to exist. Like, you can
why you gotta do me like this?
Abusive. I can fix a relationship toxic. But you know, if you want to write a trashy story that plays into a bunch of tropes, the black guy dies first, murder your gays, all that bullshit. If you want to do that, go right ahead. You're allowed to. Don't expect people to like it, sure, but you shouldn't be verboten from writing or making a story, even if it's you know, stupid. Like, you're allowed
Yeah.
to. Because even a dumb story can have a kernel of good come out of it. A bad piece of art can have a kernel of good come out of it.
Sure.
So I'm kind of just front loading. I'm worried that this line of logic of saying toxic storytelling is a thing.
Right. Well, nothing's more
Is
toxic
the
than
line
politics.
between toxic
so
storytelling,
hopefully we'll get to that.
reinforcement of negative tropes, and also like wanting to explore complicated characters. I think often of Karofsky and Kurt from Glee.
I've never
Karofsky
seen the
was
show.
portrayed in the show as being a bully, but then we find out later on that he is a closeted gay guy, and that he was bullying Kurt out of like an attraction to him. And
all right, I'm gonna tell you something, lady. Neither of these guys are closeted.
Oh my god! I was trying not to say anything like so hard.
I
Like,
know.
I looked at the guy. I looked at the guy with the hat, and I'm all like,
They're on Glee.
yeah, they're in Glee. Oh yeah,
That's
this
their
is
first
Glee
mistake.
Too. Yeah.
Speaking as someone who was in Glee Club, look, we all knew. Everyone in the Glee Club, we all knew who was and wasn't a dandy.
I was about to say, like, in initiation for Glee Club, do y'all just get like installed with a gaydar or something like that? Like, is that what happens?
It comes.
I'm just curious.
With your Xbox. They had to remove it during the Xbox One era. All right, that's why Xbox Live used to have all the racial slurs and all that stuff. It came with the Xbox, and then they removed it in the Xbox One.
Damn.
Also,
Okay.
I love the art. Where's the politics?
Yeah.
That's so good too.
Actually, hold on. Hold on. I need to see it.
Gay. I love how the gay gets faded in parts. It's great.
Wait a second.
How do you not have these channels up? Are you surfing?
Look.
My God.
Listen, it's not that I'm not paying attention. It's that I go into other channels on my phone.
I want to hear Celtic Belt out a song
You're
now.
working.
God damn it.
You want to hear Celtic Belt out a song? I mean, okay. Let me try and think of a good song.
Dude, I love how they gave me like the shonen lines.
I know, that's what I was saying. It's so good.
Oh God, I have not sung in such a long time. I don't know what to sing. Oh.
We can do
I
a
know
karaoke night.
I can do the baritone part of Carol of the Bells, but like I don't have anyone to accompany me. Hark how the bells, the silver bells, all seem to say, throw cats away, ding dong, ding dong. That is a song with joyful ring, all caroling, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. One seems to hear words of good cheer from everywhere, filling the air. Oh, how they pound, raising the sound. Oh, hill and dale, telling the tale. Gaily they ring while people sing songs of good cheer. Christmas is here, ding dong, ding dong. That is a song with joyful ring, all caroling, ding dong, ding dong, and then it loops and goes to the end. But I still, that one is my favorite. I loved singing that one, so that's probably why it stuck so well. Singing American Dad OP. I don't know. A copy strikes. There's not a lot of baritone songs out there, unfortunately. It's a very lacking area in terms of like the one that I know is actually Never Gonna Give You Up is, I believe, baritone. I'm not gonna sing that one because that one might actually get me copyright struck.
Right.
It's the reason Celtic is always willing to play Christmas music year round. Oh, look, I actually have to save myself because I love Carol of the Bells. I'd only listen to it in December. What? It's baritone. Baritone. It's a voice level.
I'm surprised that somebody doesn't know what baritone means, but It's gotten to the point for me where I can only listen to Christmas music for like the week of Christmas.
Oh. Fair enough. I understand. I will donate $10 if you American Dad intro. I don't know the American Dad intro. I very rarely ever have watched American Dad. I would know Family Guy better. And no, I'm not going to sing the Family Guy intro.
Okay, I'm back.
All right.
But this guy's like, but $10, Raymond. Go watch it on YouTube and then sing it.
Look, I'm not a proud whore, okay?
Yes, you are. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Google it, Celtic Smooth Criminal. You've been hit by. You want me to sing Michael fucking Jackson? That ain't happening.
I mean, listen, you gotta listen. Just work with one that works in your key. He's got a bunch of songs. So.
He always jumps between the keys. Bedtime, tea time, 12.
Skill issue.
Our cub. I'll be down in a second. She calls out the door. And when I get back, your fate will reach its conclusion. Teddy Bear Paladin and Funko Bear lay perched on the bed as our cub leaves.
It's very toxic, but I will admit I was always interested in it because it, sometimes I know it's bad, but Blaine and Kurt were so boring. At least with Kurofsky and Kurt, we would have some tension, some drama, some character development. However, like as an adult, I also understand that it's problematic to often frame bullies as people who are harboring some kind of secret attraction. Like that's not healthy.
And yet a lot of gay people do anyway.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people, like that is like one of the biggest things that a lot of gay people love to do is to say that the bully character is just fucking a closeted gay.
I was gonna say, like, freaking, no matter what, straight people, I fucking ship bullies all the time. It's fine. It's one of the reasons why Baku Deku is so fucking popular. Even though, quite frankly, out of all the bully ships you can have, holy shit, that's one of the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so like obviously they get better as friends, but Midoriya even says directly, I'm surprised that I can even have a somewhat normal conversation with Bakugo.
With the guy, yeah.
Just like you know that it's bad when you can say, wow, I can actually be a normal human being around this person.
It's also not wrong because the circumstance can and does happen. Like it's not as frequent as people would like it to be, certainly.
Sure.
But it is a thing that happens, and it's, for the record, it's not confined to homosexuality either. It's very much spread among all sexes and genders. Anyone can be a bully in any way, shape, or form. Alex Tatakai,
what?
You've been hit by, you've been struck by truck. Ow! I love that meme. It's great.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Take a swan dive off a roof. Yeah, clearly they who said that wants to fuck Deku. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there are a couple of fics that explore what if Deku had taken a swan dive. What if that had happened?
Oh,
how would Bakugo have fucking dealt with that?
Yeah, that concept is so fucking popular in MHA and in MHA circles. Like either dealing with Midoriya's death or with Midoriya going fucking apeshit and like murdering Bakugo because he bullied him.
Okay, see that one's dessert. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my god.
There are so many like roleplay bots that I have seen on the website that I usually play on that I waste a lot of my time on because I'm very bored a lot of my time, but I also don't have enough time to dedicate to actually like properly writing or role playing or whatever. But a lot of them is like, if they are bully bots, then I see a lot of comments where it's like, yeah, I actually did jump off the roof and then everyone had to like mourn my death or were traumatized. Hee hee, tee hee. I'm such a girl boss for doing that.
I was gonna say 13 Reasons Why he's copyright striking that.
Oh
fic.
my god! No.
Sword of Heart says, "I as a gay man, I love that romance trope. You love that romance trope? Oh God, there are armies now. We're being marched on. Mordor.
I knew it.
Gondor calls for aid.
I thought they disbanded after the Naruto wars.
Oh no, they've been left in reserve. Oh no.
Shit.
Good
Have
for
you
you, and it's messy.
No,
and
I
I
have
think
not.
that is a part of respect that sort of belies certain things. Like, I've always loved Gilbert and Anne Shirley from Anne of Green Gables, but they are, again, like a softer version of that, where it's like miscommunication trope. There's this Maxton Hall German show, which is very odd, where the main male character soft bullies the female lead, but then she refuses to be bullied by him, and they go band for band, and so like it allows
so
the tension
they're
to grow because
rivals.
they're going back and forth. They feel like equals, and I think that
Yeah, that's rivalry. That's the
Yeah.
equals is rivalry, tit for tat. So they're not enemies, they're rivals. And if it's bullying that fails and goes into rivals, that's fine. Like, but I feel like you're just like mixing all these things together instead of, which to be fair,
There's some
tropes,
overlap.
Tropes
kind of.
are not 1000% set in stone. They are very diversified, and there's a lot of gray areas. We just codified them. I'm just trying to understand what I'm trying to understand what the point of this video is at this point. You haven't made a thesis.
Yeah.
What if the rivalry is between enemies? Then it can be both.
Yeah.
overall, when we are talking about romance and dark romance, and enemies to lovers can kind of be in that spectrum, what really matters is having an intentionality between it. Why are we telling this story? Why are we having this narrative? What are we doing to move the needle forward? Or are you just appropriating narratives about disenfranchised people and using it for fodder? And that's when we get...
Whoa!
Wait a
Okay,
second,
we just stepped in the wrong fucking direction.
No,
Whoa.
okay, no, I think this is the politics part. So I've been waiting for this. So
for the record, I want the record to say
talking about?
17, almost 18 minutes in. I think this is a new record for the first landmine really going off. Holy shit.
Oh my god, why would you say something like that?
That was a car crash of a sentence.
I can't believe you've done this.
We went from 0 to 11 real fucking fast.
Yeah, we did. Holy shit.
This is a
We
red
took the
flag.
wrong turn in
I'm
Albuquerque.
sorry. This is the fucking red curtain that just fell on everything. You know what? You guys lead off. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Enemies to lovers is appropriating disenfranchised groups.
I wanna reel this back a tiny bit. Just to get it all in there.
Overall, when we are talking about romance and dark romance, and enemies to lovers can kind of be in that spectrum, what really matters is having an intentionality between it. Why are we telling this story? Why are we having this narrative? What are we doing to move the needle forward? Or are you just appropriating narratives about disenfranchised people and using it for fodder? And that's
Why the fuck is that the dichotomy? I thought,
because
it's not
Kaiser, people own certain life experiences. You cannot be a straight person and have a bullying dynamic where you are kind of in love with your bully. That's not a thing that it can exist. If you're a this, that, or the other, you cannot possibly have had an experience that is exactly the same as this other person.
But what are these? What do bad or toxic versions of these relationships have to do with disenfranchised people?
Also, wait, are you using it for fodder? Fodder for what? Because you said earlier it doesn't have some kind of intentionality behind it. But if you're using it for fodder, is that not intentionality?
I mean, I'm guessing what she means is that it's not done for the sake of making the story interesting.
Like it's not done for a thematic reason,
in,
or
in a way that or thematic reason. Yeah, so it's mainly using it for for the sake of having it for basically what's the word?
Okay, so I guess I can think about like Fourth Wing. Because
Right.
Isa brought that up earlier, and Fourth Wing is kind of notoriously known as a really bad enemies to lovers story, where
Okay.
the characters are immediately attracted to each other, and they're not really even enemies. The guy in the relationship is said to be the son of a guy who was on the other side of the conflict, and he is kind of a prisoner of war, and there are rumors that he is maybe starting like this revolutionary thing within the school where he's going to band together all of the kids on his side and like take over the school and stuff, where he's just gathering the kids up so that they can have tips on how to better survive in the school.
Okay.
So it's just rumors that this guy is bad. He's not.
Okay.
But like at the same time, the intention is to build up whether or not this guy is bad. Like he's not actually bad, but the intent is there to make him look bad. And so that's
by the story. That's a subversion.
Like it's an element that is there for a reason. People put those things in the story for a reason. Either they put it there with the intent of, well, I gotta need this trope because I gotta fill in this space or whatever, which is a really bad reason, but it's a reason.
Yeah, it's an exploitive reason.
Or I put it in because it gets my jimmies off in whatever shape or form you want. Like people will put things in because they find it very attractive to them in terms of storytelling.
Well, Fourth Wing in specific was thought to be a marketing tactic. Like it was designed specifically to be a book written so that it would do numbers rather than something that the author herself had actually wanted to write. She was contracted to write this book. She didn't write it of her own volition.
Right, so that was something that is made to specifically to pander to an audience, right?
Yes.
At least that's the rumor going on. Okay, I understand. And I feel like that's the kind of thing that this chick is trying to talk about. But here's my problem. Why are you jumping ahead in this when you're not even describing what these toxic versions of these tropes even fucking are? Like you're jumping way too far ahead in the other direction where you're not even finished defining your terms, even after almost 20 fucking minutes in your video.
Yeah.
All right.
Like, how are we supposed to interpret any of this?
Maybe, maybe she
especially
is specifically talking to her audience who has watched like every single one of her videos, knows what she's talking about, this, that, and the other. But like you can't I think that it's bad video making to make a video like that.
That's not a good idea.
Yeah, well, you should maybe give like reference back to things, but I don't think that is. I think this is like directly her like trying to explain herself, and she's just jumping right into a new pool of information. Maybe
I was about to say,
maybe she makes this hot statement and she actually goes into detail. I don't think she will.
Maybe.
But maybe we're jumping the gun.
Maybe.
As much as that statement was hyper-inflammatory. Anyway.
Also, one last question before we move on. Like, how does the whole, exploiting disenfranchised people thing, like, how does that apply to straight ships? I mean, to straight, like, enemies to lovers that are, quote-unquote, like, toxic or whatever.
I was going to say, enemies to lovers started straight.
Yeah.
Like Pride and Prejudice, you cited as the proto enemies to lovers story in this video.
Yeah.
So, I guess you went back to Gilgamesh to try and justify it, I guess, and said that was a homosexual thing. But
I've seen a lot of videos on my feed, so like I can only speculate that this is kind of the mindset, but like there have been a lot of videos on my feed lately where it's like how how LGBT spaces run fandom, or how they overtake and define a lot of these different tropes and things like that. How your fandom spaces wouldn't exist without gay people or LGBT or yaoi or whatever.
All your gays are.
So it's like this idea that even if a trope was made by straight people, it only exists and continues because of gay elements that are added
You
in.
need me on that wall. And it's like,
You need me on that wall. And it does like the limp-wristed point towards the wall.
Yeah, it's like a guy who looks like one of those Glee characters from earlier.
Excuse you, it's a they, them.
We don't know what they are.
Exactly. You're presuming you're presuming their pronouns.
Glee was like what? 2009
Oh,
or
sorry.
something?
I was just making a general joke. Anyway,
yeah, I know.
Crimson
I
Rose
know.
said, I feel like a lot of the videos y'all have cover criticizing writing concepts can be summed up as the host in the video having personal bias. Yep.
No. What? Nah, no way. That never
When we get
happens.
into this whole conversation about when narratives are putting together the oppressor and the oppressed.
Lucy Gray.
Only dark-skinned
Still
people
raining.
are oppressed. There's no such thing as a bully.
But like,
Oh, is that Rachel Zegler?
enemies to lovers is not strictly about oppressors. You can have rivaling
No.
kingdoms and shit like that.
Well,
Yes.
that's what
Rivaling
she is.
gangs.
That's how she is framing this, because she is framing enemies to lovers as this thing that is happening. However, fundamentally, it is about an oppressor and an oppressee because of the thing that we
There's a
pointed
power
out
dynamic.
earlier at the 10-minute mark about like that weird thing that we caught, and how she is trying to frame that now as being the ultimate thing that enemies to lovers is. Not just
Or at least
two
should be.
people on opposing sides who fall in love with each other, but specifically someone who is oppressing
Oh my
another
God.
person.
Oh
What?
my god, I just remembered. Guys, remember the thumbnail of this video?
Yeah.
Zutara is there.
Right.
She's
Oh,
talking about
fuck.
oppressors and oppressees. Let's fucking go!
Oh fuck! I was gonna say, I wonder if she's gonna bring up, because she's obviously doing the racist oppression and
Yeah.
I wonder if she's gonna bring up frickin' To Kill a Mockingbird.
I wonder.
Ah, interesting. Yeah.
Anime Sniper, have you ever noticed that BL treats trauma?
Have you ever
Like
noticed
how?
BL treats trauma?
I'm guessing
miss a
how.
in there. BL is such a wide variance. Look, when I go into the Yuri fandom, at the very least, I'm not like,
Okay, they
unless
mean
I'm
how,
what-
yeah.
when I go into, at least I can speak on myself. When I as a himedanshi, when I go into the Yuri fandom, I'm not looking necessarily for the richest of storytelling. I can find that, especially in the more formal spaces. You can find really good ones like Aoi Hana or Bloom Into You, which are really, really good stories about that sort of stuff. But when I go into the fandom spaces, I'm not looking for Shakespeare. All right, I'm not looking for the highest of quality of writing. I'm not looking for the deepest of stories. I'm looking for something to sate my appetite. That's basically.
Well, hang
it.
on.
Yeah.
He never specified fanon stuff. He said like boy love. So
That's
like
why-
boy love
that's
can
why
be
I'm-
professional.
That's why I'm like wondering, is like, is there a distinction between fan
Yes.
and boy love and professional?
Well, yeah, like the yaoi and boy love are considered two different categories within that same hyper category. So
I
like
see.
yaoi is not considered the same thing as BL.
Okay. No, something new there.
No, I can kind of see it. It's I always find the lines between those kinds of descriptors get kind of skewed, but that's
It is,
Mhm.
but from what I understand, there is a distinction that is made within those spaces that a lot of people prefer to keep distinct. So to acknowledge that there is a distinction in how yaoi is treated versus BL is treated should at least be acknowledged.
Seawit says, you should watch Scramboli's response to his Madoka Magica video. Did we
I think I brought it up in the chat before.
Yeah.
Or I think actually CBF did. But I was all like, well, I haven't seen Madoka, so I'll probably have to sit out on that one.
BL
but
is
that's
fluff,
what
yaoi is smut. No, unfortunately, it's not that clear cut. Because
no, it's not.
Yuri and Girl Love, there's not as clear a distinction to me either on that front, and I cannot say in either direction that they're like Yuri is not strictly speaking smut.
That said, in regards to going back to Scamboli, that's why put to the firing squad, I guess, his notoriously bad Evangelion video. That one we can probably watch at some point, definitely.
Yeah, because like you have.
Yeah, we can probably watch both of them.
Yeah.
Maybe you should watch Madoka. It's only 12 episodes.
So
and a few movies.
Yeah. Someone is saying the differences between like yaoi and shonen ai. Yaoi is more explicit, whereas BL may be both and others. So from what I'm understanding, like BL is more of a broader range, whereas yaoi is more troporific.
Okay.
A lot more flanderization, a lot more stereotypical.
Kaiser, just to be clear, Madoka's all movies except for Rebellion are just recaps of the main series.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So you can just watch the main series and then watch Rebellion and you're good.
Cool.
And then you have the new movie coming out. That's still been it was supposed to come out
coming
this
out
year.
in 2030.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, well I might get started on that after I'm done watching Gunsword.
Anime Sniper, the difference between shoujo versus josei. Kinda, maybe, kinda not. Look, it's a very messy. Regardless, we gotta finish this video.
Yes.
Well, I'm not made out.
Oh, thank you, Kaiser.
Yeah, my bad.
Well, I'm not made out of sugar.
Andrea Dworkin was a radical feminist, best known for her feelings around sexuality and pornography. She claims to have been molested as a child and as an adult while living in Amsterdam with a fellow anarchist. She alleges
no trigger
that he
warning,
began
I guess.
to beat her, rape her, and harassed her to the point that she became homeless and turned to sex work to survive. She was later given sanctuary by another feminist, Ricky Abrams, who introduced her to radical feminism. There's a lot that could be said about Dworkin and her work, but that goes beyond the scope of this video. But I address her because of the statement that she makes in the book Intercourse, where she says, intercourse is commonly written about and comprehended as a form of possession or an act of possession in which, during which, because of which, a man inhabits a woman, physically covering her and overwhelming her and at the same time penetrating her. And this physical relation to her, over her and inside her, is his possession of her. He has her. Or when he is done, he has had her. By thrusting into her, he takes her over. His thrusting into her is taken to be her capitulation to him as a conqueror. It is a physical surrender of herself to him. He occupies and rules her, expresses his elemental dominance over her by his possession of her in the fuck. The act itself without more is the possession. There need not be a social relationship in which the woman is subordinate to the man, a chattel in spirit or deed, decorative or hardworking. There need not be an ongoing sexual relationship in which she is chronically, demonstrably submissive or masochistic. The normal fuck by a normal man is taken to be an act of invasion and ownership undertaken in a mode of predation, colonizing, forcefully, manly, or ne'er violent, the sexual act that by its nature makes her his. This
I feel like the point you were trying to make had already been said like 2 sentences.
And I feel like you
didn't
lost
have to
in
read the
sauce
whole thing
because holy shit. I feel horrible for
that was a
that
lot.
woman. That was a lot.
Yeah.
I feel really bad. However, I feel like that is coming from an incredibly biased viewpoint. knowing her history, it seems like she has a very negative experience with men.
Obviously, yeah.
And any viewpoint on that, because a lot of times I read intercourse as the joining of two, not the possession of one. It can be possession of one, and I understand that you could see that a lot, but I don't know.
I don't know what stories you've read, man.
I think that this is taking it to the whether you want to say it logical or illogical, but it is an extreme of how male and female sexual dynamics are not equal. So it can be said that at the most extreme, it is considered conquering for men to have a sexual relationship with a woman. And that can lead to a lot of negative views internally for the woman in order to be seen that way. And when you have compounding things like sexual assault on top of that, it can lead to a negative spiral of seeing most, or if not all, sexual intercourse with a man as being predatory.
Yeah.
Yeah, and predatory, yeah.
Ugok says, honestly, this isn't half as bad as one Anthony G tackled a little while ago and had me going, woman, have you actually read anything? Because the points were bad. Maybe get us a link to that. I think we'd be happy to cover that. Isa says, oh God, I think I remember this part of the video. So yeah, I think I watched the vid before and left after this because what the fuck? It's horrible to hear about, but where is this fucking going?
Yeah, that's my thing. Like, again, it's not that I'm like super uncomfortable with hearing it. It's more so that it's like, what is the purpose of saying the entire quote? The main point of it was already made like 2 sentences in.
Chet Manley
you could just stop there.
Says, hello, police, this section right here.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So I think the point that she is trying to make here is that enemies to lovers is dangerous ground that you should be careful treading on, because you might get into oppressive situations like sexual assault.
Okay, but what enemies to lovers stories are you even talking about to even go that far?
There is dark romance.
Like I know there's
No.
Like I know there's dark romance and stuff.
Well, yeah, dark romance does have sexual assault in it, though, and they can have enemies to lovers and sexual assault in it.
Right, but what I mean is that if they are dark romance and have sexual assault in it, but are like in the bad way that isn't approved by Miss Princess over here, I guess.
Hey, Ugok, if you just find the title of the video, and then just throw it into chat, that'd be fine. I
have to leave for a bit, guys.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, well, she's going to miss what I was going to say about... this is something that's missing from this analysis, in that there is something of a benefit that I had a friend explain this to me because she actually studied a little bit of human sexuality for a time. That there are women that are very much into non-consensual fantasy, and that they are being taken advantage of. And the reason why is, for a lot of women, it feels as if societally they are not allowed to express themselves sexually, that doing so is being overtly promiscuous in some way, shape, or form is seen as verboten, because it can make you come off as a whore.
Right.
And as a result, the fantasy of being taken advantage of, being assaulted in that way, is a positive because it absolves them of their guilt. It absolves them of the guilt for the action taking place. It puts all that societal guilt onto the person taking advantage of them. And so it's kind of missing in this, that in some respects, dark fantasy like this, dark fantasies of being sexually assaulted, are a liberating force in narratives. So it's a much more complicated issue than just that one woman's citation. I'm wondering how she's going to, if she's going to at all tackle that element in particular.
Yeah.
That's right. Twilight had to go off and get her food. I
Okay.
think. So I guess we'll just
Yeah, I guess
carry
we'll just
on.
continue without her. Yeah.
Has often been flattened
Boy
to
stream.
say that she made the claim that all heterosexual sex is rape, which is not inherently what she says, but I do understand how a bad faith reading would go to that conclusion.
No,
Well, it's
it's
not
not
really
rape
a
as
bad-
much as it's saying that the man claims ownership of the woman when they are having intercourse, and that in
Yes.
itself is incorrect. Like,
Right.
especially in the most loving of relationships, it's supposed to be. I mean, you go back to almost every religion; it's a joining of two. I mean, this is being
Yes.
tackled very heavily in Silent Hill F right now. Is that
Okay.
marriage is a unification of two people, but societally situations have changed. Like there is definitely a misogynistic
shift.
bent to what
Yeah.
it is in that time period and what it is in certain time periods. But ideally, from the heart of what it's supposed to be the unification of two separate things.
Yeah, now to say that there are like, toxic aspects of society in relation to the practice of, promiscuity and sexual relations and having relationships in general, like, yeah, obviously, especially as that woman experience, those things can be toxic. There can be situations, right, that are not entirely like unconsensual in real life between two people that are married or two people that are dating that are a little bit weird and have toxic elements to them. But
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be necessarily that is inherently like predatory or in like a conquering sense. I feel like there's just a whole lot of nuance in the other direction that is just very missing from that.
Alex Satakai says, "Dark fantasy. People, hurry, get in the way. I'm committing vehicular man burger helper, and it tastes like pure liquid relief."
Jeez.
Jesus Christ. Ugox, no modern villains have not gone downhill. Ant versus the second story from Anthony Gramuglia.
Oh.
Interesting. Okay. So it's someone covering
Alright.
him then.
Oh wait, no.
I think.
I thought it was
Well, no,
from
Ant
Anthony.
was covering
Ant is
someone who was covering him.
Okay. Got it.
Mind
Got
you,
it.
I do not agree with Andrea Dworkin on a lot of issues, but I understand the
Cool.
framework in which she wrote. And as I was constructing this video and I was rereading it to try and get to something larger and deeper than just like Pride and Prejudice and Batman and Catwoman and BL humor, it was honestly more wanting to talk about this aspect of the conversation, the oppressor and the oppressed that comes up when people talk about this trope and certain variants of it. Part of the issue is that right now we are in an age of marketing where tropes and clicky titles is the way to grab attention. Enemies to lovers implies smut and spice and tension, even if the root of it is shallow. But when it isn't shallow, when it is a complicated and messy and toxic story that involves people who have a dynamic that is of two people raised to dislike each other, then what does that mean? What does that say?
Sorry, I was barely listening to her because we
Well,
got another fan art.
What the fuck, dog?
Yui.
Why you gotta do her like this, man? I'm being locked in, and here you are just looking at the pretty drawings.
Yeah, I'm
last
going
one
to
for the day.
appreciate the people sending us cool things.
Okay, fair. I'm not a pro. God fucking damn it, dog. Holy shit. Oh,
click it,
God.
click it.
Now I lost my train of thought in regards to what she is saying. But I feel like she is back at least on some kind of track where she's saying that in certain variants of the enemies to lovers trope, what does it mean when, like, thematically, I guess, and societally, as like we, the people who enjoy reading and watching these things, what does that mean for us, I guess?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, the meaning is kind of simple, but at the same time, it's simple, but it's broad in its simplicity, if that makes any sense. Like, we explained it before that people enjoy taboos and witnessing taboos and indulging in things. And depending on the society and culture, that can mean different things at different times. But yeah, I think just purely it comes from that. That's like the core of it.
There you are, reading a romance, and all of a sudden, you're a racist. Perfect.
Wait. Oh my god. There you are, reading your Zutara fan fiction, and suddenly you're a colonizer. You didn't ask for this. You didn't choose this. But there it is.
Jake the Surgeon, Tony G is very special. Like, helmet wearing special. Interesting. Oh, wait. Tony as an Anthony? Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Look, he has some takes.
I mean, look.
He has some takes.
Granted, I will reserve judgment because I have not seen any of his other videos outside of the one that we covered. So I don't know how consistently good his takes are in regards to stuff.
Teddy Bear Paladin said, Tea Time 13. Funko Bear. So who do you think will win, Big Brother? Teddy Bear Paladin. My lady, of course. The fiery warrior has the firepower to back up her temper, but my lady has the patience to analyze and set a trap. Interesting.
Oh my god. Okay. They're just witnessing the cat fight right now.
It's great.
Workin again never makes the argument that all heterosexual sex is rape. That's not what she says. But what she is saying is that in a male-dominated society, sexual subordination is central to heterosexual sex, with the woman being the subordinate, being colonized. And I think...
I'm sorry. Have you been on the internet lately? Like, even before Lady Domatusque became into view... back in the early 2010s, people were calling for dummy mommies, all right? It has only reached recently a fever pitch, but it's been there for a while. There are a lot of submissive guys out there that want a dummy mommy, all right?
That is true, but I guess it's a question of, like, whether or not that is common in places outside of, obviously, like, nerd spaces like ours. And to me, I feel like... it's hard to really say or quantify whether or not this is the case. I understand why she says that because, there's going to be, for lack of a better term, institutional like misogyny going on in regards to like certain ways that men and women interact with one another. That's inevitably going to happen. But to go as far as to say that, like, oh, this element is present in all of these interactions or most of them, I feel like that's a little off base.
Ugok says, it's Ant countering claims made by The Second Story. Gotcha.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I think in that language, we hear a lot of what comes up when we talk about certain relationships, like Zutara.
Oh, here we go! I've been waiting for this!
Part of why I often will push back when people just use the terms oppressor and oppressed very blithely is because if we're really going to go down to brass tacks, every woman who sleeps with a man would be sleeping with their oppressor. Every non-white person who sleeps with a white person in this country would be sleeping with their oppressor. Like, to use those words as like a gotcha is to really not get to the root of the storytelling issues that people want to see addressed, or the root discomfort that people...
What issues do they want to see addressed? Like, what are the issues?
What do they want to see? Yeah, like, I feel like you need to iron out what exactly those are first. Like, you're front-loading with people reacting this way and that way, but it's like, okay, can you just establish
it's also
what
a
are they
fan
doing?
Ship. Like
Yes.
you're bringing up.
It's not even
ships.
canon.
It's
not even fucking canon.
You're bringing up fandom, which is a completely different ball game to actual formal writing. Oh.
Yeah, as someone who loves this kind of stuff, you'd think she'd bring up examples that actually are conducive to what the fuck she's talking about.
I mean, she was on a good roll with the Pride and Prejudice shit.
Yes, and I do understand that she is partially still talking about, like, fandom as well. Like, I understand as the confusion. But at the same time, I feel like it would make things much more impactful because if you're talking about actual canon ships, now you can concretely talk about people's reaction to what's actually written and not what shit people made up in their fucking heads.
Jake the Surgeon says Tony's TLJ video is genuinely terrible, spiteful, and dishonest. Yes, no, look, Anthony has bad takes. We've covered one of his worst videos on stream, and we tore it to shreds, and we had him on the talk about it. And often what you'll find is that he just doesn't take, my biggest complaint against him is he doesn't take his time. He has a set schedule for himself for uploading, and he's a really, really fast editor. I'll give him that. Like, he has some real skills.
Seriously fast. Like,
But
holy shit.
he also, I don't think, gives himself enough time to really process a lot of things. He just like jumps from one thing to the next, to the next, to the next.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how much feedback from people outside of his circle that he usually gets for these sorts of things. Like, that's also important as
or
well.
sometimes there is no.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I clicked that by mistake. Yeah, I'm not sure how much feedback he gets from people outside of his circle, because that can be important in gaining perspective on a particular like topic that you want to talk about.
Which video was it you guys covered? We covered actually it was a two-parter.
YouTube, yeah, it was
YouTubers
are lying to you video. Yeah.
It's like a gotcha is to really not get to the root of the storytelling issues that people want to see addressed, or the root discomfort that people have. Or sometimes there is no root discomfort and people just want to win an argument. And while I do
and I do agree that is bad either way, when people just throw in shit like that. Like, I reacted and responded to sometimes Eli about their video about why Arcane why shipping ruined Arcane, and then 90% of it wasn't even about fucking Arcane. And then near the beginning of the video, they were talking about why all the bad shipping habits got birthed from Zutara, like it was patient zero. And he mentioned like, this is a relationship between a colonizer gang with their colonized, right? That's like the fandom ship and whatever. That's weird, I guess. And I'm like, that is so fucking unnecessary. This has nothing to do with your fucking script. So I absolutely agree with this chick that, yeah, that's absolutely bad and completely dilutes these talking points.
So wait,
like, I get it. Oh god,
what's going on? I just got back. What nonsense have I missed?
Honestly, my brain is starting to mushify, so it's a little hard.
Okay, let me try to fucking condense this down. Basically, what she's saying is that there is a conversation to be had within fandoms in reactions to subcategories of the enemies to lovers ships, fanon or not, about the possibility of these relationships being predatory and why people have bad reactions to these things, whether or not they are justified. That is basically what she's saying. And then she also said that, hey, this can go to the extent where people are willing to say, this relationship is like bad because it's a colonizer thing as a way to win an argument, or because they don't actually vet or look at the story for what it is and what it's trying to do.
My problem with a lot of this is, like, the best way to win an argument, if someone's bringing up, hey, that's like colonizer bullshit, and you say, yeah, and just watch them fucking squirm, because like what okay, yeah, that's bad. And I'm like,
we
why?
also covered Anthony's Mary Sue video. You're right.
Yeah,
we forgot about that.
Yeah.
But it's like I look, you have to explain exactly how the fucking words on the page are going to worm into someone's brain and convince them to go out and start colonizing people. Like, you gotta actually explain to me, like, where exactly this is going to happen, as if people don't understand this as fiction and anything fucking goes.
Right. And she said, and she is saying that that's like a bad thing that people are willing to do. So I think we're on the same page there. It's just that the way that she is conveying that is just really, really, really.
We'll roll it back a little bit for Twilight.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Of the storytelling issues that people want to see addressed, or the root discomfort that people have. Or sometimes there is no root discomfort and people just want to win an argument. And while I do feel that way oftentimes, especially with Zutara and certain other ships that I will not get into now because fuck the creators of those ships when it comes down to the actual IP, there is a conversation that needs to be had about
I know what you're talking about.
Realities.
Is that fucking the
Dramony
animal robots.
probably, or
Oh,
Dreary.
well, I was gonna say it's either either that or it's the fucking cat robot, Voltron.
Yeah.
Oh,
Voltron.
right. Fuck. Yeah.
The second story is called "Modern Villains Are Pitiful and Impotent," so you could tackle that instead of looking at that from Ant's counter side. Yeah, we would probably tackle that on its own.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Thank you.
Marginalized people is appropriated.
Her name is Lena Schlegel. It's a good German name, but your face so un-German.
In 2014, Kay Breslin released her debut romance novel, For Such a Time. The novel is about a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jewish woman who falls in love with an SS colonel who runs a concentration camp in Nazi Germany. The book was shortlisted for 2 prizes in the Romance Writers of America's annual awards: Best First Book and Best Inspiration, meaning Christian romance. Sarah Wendell wrote in response to these nominations, quote, "The book is a retelling of the Book of Esther set during the Holocaust, an ambitious undertaking to be sure. But in addition to the attempt at redeeming a hero who is a Nazi commander, at the end of the book, the heroine converts to Christianity, a narrative decision that is also insensitive and offensive. Christianity is what redeems the heroine and the hero. And again, I'm at a loss for words to fully explain how and why this is so objectionable, but I will try. In the Holocaust, over 6 million Jews and more than 17 million people in total were killed by the Nazis. In For Such a Time, the hero is redeemed and forgiven for his role in a genocide. The stereotypes, the language, and the attempt at redeeming an SS officer as a hero belittle and demean the atrocities of the Holocaust. The heroine's conversion at the end underscores the idea that the correct path is Christianity, erases her Jewish identity, and echoes the forced conversion of many Jews before, during, and after the Holocaust."
Why? Jesus Christ, such a heavy fucking topics.
Yeah,
Okay,
Jesus, fuck.
so this is complicated because a lot of people emotionally can't handle the idea of bad people turning good, and Nazis are the baddest of bad people. Like, we can all acknowledge that. However, there were plenty of Nazis during the war who turncoated for one reason or another, for good reasons, for bad reasons, what have you. Guess what? Oscar Schindler and his wife were Nazis. They had to be. We go back to this. Whenever Nazis have to come up, people were forced to be Nazis. People were forced into the military. That kind of shit happened all the time. Fantasy Hitler on his way with sticky bread. Yes. People in these circumstances, they could be conscripted. They could be general
their lives would be
nationalists.
threatened.
General nationalists who believed they were actually fighting for a good cause and then got set onto frickin' concentration camp duty and were complicit because they didn't know what to do, morally, ethically. I don't know about this book or how it handles this necessarily, but there are any number of permutations where anyone, a commander of the in the Nazis, a commander in the German military, which technically are distinct but were conflated, could actually be in this circumstance. Like, you could do any permutations of these. It is not on the face of it impossible. It's also not on the face of it impossible for him and his Jewish lover to convert to Christianity. Now, all of those elements are very messy. Like, I will acknowledge, doing those tactfully is not going to be easy, and evidently someone thought they did not do it well here.
Sure,
but
it's hard to really judge when we don't have the context.
Though I do argue that I think that this person is arguing the disgusting element of it happening at all, not whether or not the quality of it is good.
Yes,
right,
I would.
that's
where I'm taking
reviewer,
contention. That's why I'm taking contention with this. Is like, on the face of it, that is a potential scenario, like what you described, is very likely. It's not very likely, but it is a thing that has the potential to happen. It's very difficult to happen, but it could. It doesn't mean it shouldn't. It just means you got to be careful when you write it and do it well. If it was written poorly, take it from that direction. But if it wasn't written poorly and you're just having an issue with the concept, then you're having an issue with me on this one.
Yeah. I feel the same way.
Why do I feel
In 2018.
Why do I get a feeling she's using heavy subjects to smother counter arguments? I don't even know what she's arguing.
I think she's. I like. Here's the thing: when it comes to just making videos like these, you gotta be really fucking careful. You can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to this kind of thing. Even though you want to be as hard hitting as possible with it, like I get that. But you gotta really like warm people up to it. You can't just throw it in there.
A Jewish woman converting to Christianity to be with a former SS man might not be the best. Maybe her point would be that if anyone were to convert to it be the SS man further redeeming him. That's actually an interesting dichotomy. I don't know how this happens in the book, but typically speaking, Christianity does a lot of outreach to try and get people to convert to it. It and Islam, of the Abrahamic religions, are the ones that do the most outreach to try and convert people, and that applies to almost every sect. Judaism, however, is much more insular and doesn't typically encourage people converting later in life. It typically only takes in new adherents from those that are born into the faith. So typically speaking, if someone converts, it's rarely going to be someone converting to Judaism. It's typically going to be someone converting from Judaism or from a different religion, or from one thing into Christianity or Islam, to give the example.
Well, hang on. There's something that we haven't really even asked about this whole story. Is this a novel that is based off of a true story, or is it completely fictional?
I said that based off the story of Esther.
But the only thing that I can find is like the actual Bible piece. I see something called Esther's story, but I don't know if that's the same thing.
I'm not as familiar with the story of Esther. Book of Esther relates to the Jewish. Okay, yeah, it's. I think it's just straight up a biblical story from the Hebrew Bible. One of 5 scrolls. Takes place during the reign of King Ahasuerus in the First Persian Empire. Queen Vashti, the wife of King Ahasuerus, is banished from the court for disobeying the king's orders. A beauty pageant is held to find a new queen, and Esther, a young Jewish woman living in Persia, is chosen as the new queen. Esther's cousin Mordecai, who is a Jewish leader, discovers a plot to kill all the Jews in the empire by Haman, one of the king's advisors. Mordecai urges Esther to use her position as queen to intervene and save their people. Esther reveals her Jewish identity to the king and begs for mercy of her people. She exposes Haman's plot and convinces the king to spare the Jews. The Jewish festival of Purim is established to celebrate the victory of the Jews of the First Persian Empire over their enemies, and Esther becomes a heroine of the Jewish people. That's a pretty compelling story.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to figure out like what was being talked about, because I am an uncultured, Judeo-Christian person at all.
Don't worry. Uncultured. The Japanese think so too. You should see what happens to the atheists in Silent Hill F.
Oh my god.
I know. Which is really funny because most of the people in Japan are atheists anyway.
But no, I mean, on the face of it, that's fine. I mean, I don't know. It didn't say anything in that summary about forced conversion, but the fact she had to hide her Judaism, I guess, counts. I don't know, because like,
I mean, if it's a story about being in the Holocaust, then I would imagine that it would be the safer option to at least on the face of it look like you've been converted to Christianity in order to protect yourself.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like a lot of Christians were also persecuted, so I don't know how safe that would be as a bet.
I don't know, because the thing is that like practically nobody was safe
Yeah, no, yeah, because like this is also the thing that people get wrong about the Holocaust. Yes, there was a racial motive that was underlying a lot of it, but what really kicked a lot of it off in order to go down the route was economic. The more I learn about the history of war and the history of humankind, a lot of the suffering has come because of economic reasons. Germany was failing economically, and so like you see the Jews being put in ghettos and their goods being confiscated initially was all because they couldn't pay off their war. The country couldn't pay off their war bonds, and the Jews were the easy scapegoat for them at the time. It's just,
that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
they're being scapegoated, but there is a racial element to it, and then of course when you can't find any more of your usual scapegoats, you go to other scapegoats, other oppressed people,
gays,
because it wasn't just trans people,
Blacks.
People with mental disabilities,
mental disabilities,
autistic people as well.
Yeah,
all of us were done, had stuff happen
people
to us
had
because
like
of the
physical
Nazis.
disabilities.
Yeah, I was gonna say the concept of Aryan that they had, it doesn't matter. Eventually, it would have come down like they would have found a way to further bifurcate themselves, and like if they kept on that path, they would have self-cannibalized. That's just that's how that ideology, economic and social, ends up spinning down. Unfortunately,
pretty much.
Anyway,
back to the video.
Director Ama Asanta released the film Where Hands Touch, which tells the story of a teenage mixed Black girl who falls in love with a Hitler Youth during World War II. Both of these works speak to a frustrating dynamic, which is the romanticization of white supremacy and toxic patriarchy. For most people, due to the fact that we have watched...
Wait, how is it a romanticization of it if it's a guy who is probably conscripted or whatever?
Hitler Youth is just it's like the Boy Scouts for the Nazis. That's what it was.
Okay, got it. But it's like them hiding their relationship with each other from the Nazis that would obviously put them to fucking death if they find out. How is that romanticizing?
It's romanticizing the power of a woman to pull a man out of a toxic mindset. Toxic ideology, yeah. Like that's what this is really romanticizing. And that's not necessarily a bad thing to romanticize. People in love pulling each other out of unhealthy things is sort of the most beneficial part of love.
I was about to say, isn't that the kind of thing that you would want to write? Like, I understand because a lot of people tend to project themselves into these stories. People don't like projecting themselves onto someone who is like in some way a Nazi or whatever, even though they don't have a whole lot of a problem projecting themselves into other dictator-esque characters, but let's not talk about that. But like, you know, I get it. It's uncomfortable. But like, just because that doesn't mean it's perpetuating anything like wrong, you know?
Yeah.
Also,
so like there's an example that I know of in Mystic Messenger actually that has a lot of controversy surrounding it. And that's mainly where you have a route where you can romance your main antagonist for you in the story. Like he's the one who is mostly doing this. There is someone else in the background who is pulling his string, but he is the one that is out there who has kidnapped you and put you in this situation to start the game up. And there is a route that you can go to where you can romance him. And a lot of people took issue with that because it is the whole idea of, oh, well, I can fix him. My love for him has changed him and taken him out of this cultish mindset because the main thing about the story is that you are dealing with a cult. And when you actually like look at the story, it isn't at all that this guy has changed his mind because of you. He is himself an abuse victim who has been abused by everyone who has come into contact with him his whole life. And so he is taking his frustrations out on you, a person that he has romantic feelings for. And when you don't capitulate to his fear tactics, he's kind of like a barking dog who's like very threatening to you. But then when you don't give in to his barking and his threatening behavior, he calms down and realizes that you are no longer a threat. And because he does care about you, he chooses for himself to reevaluate himself and his position within the cult, and ultimately tries to let you escape from the cult. Not himself leaving from it, although eventually he does, but to at least get you out. And that's the frustrating thing about like conversations like these, is that if you only focus on the toxic element of, oh, I fixed him with my love, you don't really see the nuances of the actual story that is being told.
I'm not sure what the issue is here. Like, Princess is an advocate of messy fiction. She seems to be talking more about people using dark fantasy or enemies to leverage tropes with real history, which is more of an impact on how real groups are framed. We read Sonic, we read Son Goku, X and Frank. All right, it is a dumb fucking story. It is hilariously.
Who the fuck is we? I wasn't in on this.
Sorry, well, yeah, bad fan fiction that we read, and you know what? It has every fucking right to exist. Now, my main problem with Princess Weeks, whatever. My main issue with her is that she's meandering. I don't know what her point is. And we're almost halfway through her video. Oh my god, we're not even halfway through her video.
We might have to finish this up next week.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe.
And also, wait a second, which has
What do you mean, maybe?
more
Are we going to go up to 9 o'clock in order to
No. We might. I mean, it depends. Like, if we don't see a point to this, we might just end it. Like, I don't know if there's anything more.
Bella C, I want to respond to what they are saying, because they say it can be an issue when they frame the romance as the burden of the oppressed to change the oppressor despite the prejudice that they will face. To an extent, I understand.
Here's the thing with that. Sorry, my apologies, Kaiser.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page in regards to that. Here's the thing. The oppressor in the relationship needs to have a reason to change. There has to be something that drives them to change. You know what I mean? So, like, in that respect, whoever is the, like, oppressing relationship, they would have to present that to them. Otherwise, what's the point of it?
Yeah, I was going to say, liberation from oppression doesn't just sprout up from nowhere. Like,
That's what I was going to say.
Like, how are they going to change their mind if they were never approached with the mind change juice?
Do you think that if you just walk up to, I don't know, a Klansman or whatever and say, hey, hating black people are bad,
Stop
they'll
being
just shrug
racist!
their shoulders and go like, yeah, okay, I believe you. And then like you have to actually care about this issue. And above all, the people who are going to care about this issue are going to be the people who are affected the most by that issue. They have to be the ones to start it.
I agree. I'm only saying it's only the oppressed. Like, first of all, we don't know that. We have no idea what the circumstances in this story in particular are.
Oh, no. They're saying, I mean, in general.
Well, in general, though, because, like, if you're saying in general, no. Because, either they're in a situation where it is verboten, like in Nazi Germany, to express, wrong think. So no one else on the oppressor's side can actually grow and discuss these things unless they are themselves already breaking the law. It has to be someone from the oppressed breaking into, hey, this is wrong territory. Like, it's...
Yeah. Like, I agree that after a certain point of them, of that process, that's when it'd be interesting for the character to sort of like start unwinding the knots that is whatever propaganda and nationalism drives them to these decisions. Yes,
someone
I do agree with that.
Has to push the first snowball down the hill.
Yeah. I think go ahead.
Unfortunately, the first snowball is when the story is the most interesting, narratively speaking. I'm sorry to say, but if you set a issue like this in the modern day, and it is mostly the main character who is the affected party who is meandering and not doing dick fucking shit because everyone else who is an ally is doing everything for them, why the fuck did you make that character the main character then? They're not doing anything in the story. It's boring for me to follow that character.
Imagine if Yu Yu Hakusho was centered only around Keiko. Be a fucking weird story, wouldn't it?
God damn, Keiko is just
you don't understand.
Man.
I want to love Keiko so badly. I want to love all the female cast.
I'm not even a Keiko defender. I haven't seen Yu Hakusho in like ages, so I don't have any.
I would be fascinated for you to watch it and see like what your opinions are afterwards.
It was very funny to me because at the very beginning, when we did have Keiko actually like doing stuff instead of just
I was like, yeah,
he was defending her and he was going like, I don't know why you're so against her. And it's like, just wait. And then the Dark Tournament arc happens. No, even before the Dark Tournament
it was before that. It was quite literally, I think it was the Genkai arc really where she stopped being relevant.
Yeah.
Because Yusuke goes off, does Genkai, comes back, they go on a movie date briefly, and then they get pulled off to go do the kill the locusts and all that shit. And then it's just Botan running around with Keiko trying to keep her alive because she's a MacGuffin.
Yeah,
yes.
Keiko is only relevant as a character for 10% of the story.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Which
like
is
it
a
is
huge
it is just
shame
frustrating.
because there are like I mostly remember some of the
so you're
later
hating a character
interactions.
for losing relevance. I'm hating a character that lost relevance and yet is somehow still everywhere in the story. Like I don't hate Keiko. I hate the way that she is written into the story because personality-wise, I find her actually quite compelling. She's not super complicated, but neither is anyone else in this fucking game, in this fucking show.
Yeah,
so.
like the frustrating thing about Keiko is that she is written with a very male-centric lens to her, which does make sense since she is written by a man, whatever. But like she isn't written to be her own character. She is written to be the trophy for Yusuke. She's written to be the emotional support stuffed animal for him when he is hurting and when he's sad. That is basically her role in the story.
Which I'm guessing wouldn't be as bad, except for the part where she is just everywhere in the story just to be.
Yugox hits it. The hate is, why is she here? Let her do something. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
Or if you're not going to have her do something, don't have
it is
here.
convenient. I noted this twice. It's convenient that this author ended up marrying the author of Sailor Moon because the author of Sailor Moon is fucking awful with male characters. So
exactly. We did talk about that too.
Oh Tuxedo Masks fucking sucks.
I mean, I know Tuxedo Mask sucks, but I don't know like where the other.
He's like one of the only male characters. You a Motoki in the fucking Crown? He's a fucking.
No, I haven't seen this.
He's just eye candy for the girls. He's like a fuckboy to them.
I hate Mamoru so much. He is such a worthless fucking character. On top of being generally unpleasant until he somehow needs to not be unpleasant because then he would be unlikable as a love interest. But he doesn't fucking do anything. He is the male Keiko.
And Artemis.
I guess
Artemis is a cat.
Well, I guess in that
Artemis
sense,
has more to do with the story than fucking Tuxedo Mask does.
In that sense, Togashi semi-progressed because, the female characters in Hunter x Hunter are pretty alright.
Yeah.
By comparison.
Anyway, let's continue.
So much video and photographic evidence in our modern world, the aesthetics of Nazi Germany have become the default image of fascism. This is problematic because it frames fascism in one lens as affecting only one group of people and removes the reality that there are other fascist regimes going on right now and have existed in the past. As a result, many films, books, and pieces of media will...
It is also wrong because it's Nazism and not fascism.
Yeah.
They are different ideologies.
Yeah, they are
Similar,
different.
but different. Fascism is Italy. So
Yeah.
Emulate Nazi Germany or the antebellum South as shorthands of totalitarian regimes. A problem will then arise that you have been highlighting in bold letters Nazi shorthand to audiences. But then because so many of these works do not actually understand history or
yeah, you don't want to start getting into that because the antebellum South was a lot more complicated than an oppressive regime. You had a lot.
Also, it's a lot harder to build a story
knows
around.
So much about history, don't you know?
Yeah, Gilgamesh and that one guy were fucking. Yeah.
In Kidu, yeah.
In Kidu. Yeah, because like in antebellum South, people were surprised to learn that there were slaves that owned property. Like they actually owned their own houses and shit. Like they were really, by the time of the Civil War, slavery was slowly being phased out.
Anti-Semitism or racism or systemic oppression, you end up with a lot of very troubling metaphors that are meant to bring to the heart a certain emotion, but with no weight behind it. But without even getting into that element yet, why would someone write a story?
Not yet? Why did you bring it up? Oh my fucking God.
Can you please bring a fucking needle because there is no goddamn point?
You brought up the politics and you said, oh, we're going to get to that later. But why did you put... Okay, never mind.
Bring to the heart a certain emotion, but with no weight behind
Bring
it.
out
But
emotions,
without even getting
alright.
into that element yet, why would someone write a story about a literal Jewish woman falling in love and being loved by a literal SS soldier? It is important to recognize that the people...
Okay, I need to pause you there. Is he a commander in the military? Is he a commander in as a Nazi, as opposed to like he was very high ranking politically? Or was he an SS officer? They are three distinct things. Please clarify for my sake, because it does change some things. Even though
I think she did say SS officer.
Well, she just did, but like the earlier thing said that he was a commander Nazi, and I don't know if the SS had commanders because they were technically secret police that don't have the same. I'm just like, they are all very different things with different like considerations.
People who write these kind of romances are not Jewish for the most part. I couldn't find any. Breslin is a Christian, and writing this story and her explanation as to why she did so, she said, "It was my intent to write a book that told a more modern-day story of a courageous Jewish woman who, through strength and faith in her God, used her situation to try and save some of her beloved people, much in the way Esther saved hers. And like that biblical queen's influence with King Xerxes, through her brave and sacrificial actions, she helped bring one man to a sense of conscience, prompting him to join in the attempt to save her people." As someone who went to Catholic school and really does actually enjoy the Book of Esther, this is a wild reading of the text. For those who don't...
Okay, we're gonna have... I guess, admittedly, I'm not very
All
familiar.
right, you
but
can
it's gonna be
take that.
interesting.
I don't know.
You got says, maybe all this is because the main character is directly oppressed and wouldn't really think about all the other oppressed while living through that. Huh?
I do find it...
What's
like
in
within the context of this being written by a Christian woman who is very, into her religion, I can see how it is a little bit iffy that a Christian woman wrote a Jewish woman to be converted to Christianity at the end.
Right.
Did she say Christian or Catholic? Just want to make sure.
Christian.
She said Christian.
Okay. Because that's a much... like there are a bunch of Christians that handle these things differently.
Yeah, I bet.
Well, okay, let's see what else she has to say, because she's about to say something from a Catholic viewpoint, and I'm curious.
Don't know the story of Esther. The TLDR is that there's a Persian king who asks his wife Vashti to come out and show her beauty, and she says no, and he decides to get rid of her. There's a VeggieTales about this. And then he goes looking for a new bride, and he falls in love with Esther, a Jewish woman, and she is told to hide her Jewishness. She becomes a queen, part of his harem, and her cousin Mordecai gets into a conflict with Haman, an advisor to the king, because he refuses to bow down to Haman. And so Haman pays 10,000 silver talents to get a law passed to be able to kill all the Jewish Jewish people. The king obviously does not know that Esther is Jewish. There's a 3-day banquet, and the king tells Esther that she can make any request she wants, and eventually on like the 3rd day, she tells her husband, the king, that there's a plot to kill her and all her people. And the king is like, babe, what are you saying? And then she's like, surprise, I'm Jewish. And she points at Haman, and it's just like, it's actually, you know, it probably would be sacrilegious to say that was very cunt of her, but it was just like, I remember her just being like, in my biblical book, and I was just like, oh, she ate. Then the king is like, no, not my cool wife that I love. So then he kills Haman, and he cannot take back the order, but he does say that the Jewish people can kill their oppressors first. So they do that. Genocide is averted, and that is what is celebrated during the holiday of Purim. So you can see why it would be very fucking weird to not only turn that story into a Christian romance, but one between a Jewish woman and an SS captain. But that appropriate.
I don't. SS captain.
No, I can see how it's weird for the first half, not for the second half, because like with the context of the story of Esther, we now understand that based off of the story that the woman had told about this couple in Nazi Germany, she fundamentally did not understand the plot or the themes of the story in the book. So therefore, she made an incorrect version of it. So, like, you can protest it on that ground. But I don't think that there is anything necessarily objectionable about a forbidden romance story set in Nazi Germany.
Yeah.
Just specifically the misunderstanding and misappropriation of the story of the Book of Esther and to make the Jewish woman a Christian instead of how it actually happened in the book.
By the way, Daigawa made some new fan.
Yeah, you just shared it on top of me sharing it.
Oh, okay. I didn't see
Directed by
you
James Gunn. 9 out of 10. This movie changed my life. Tom Holland. Guys' night.
Actually,
that would be a pretty cool poster. I dig that.
That honestly would, yeah. It looks really good.
Oh, did you guys do the thing that
Yeah, we did that. I thought I said it too. I'm glad that they did this because I thought I said it too low for them to hear.
Oh.
Creation of trauma is the point. Like, rather than telling a story about love between maybe two Jewish people, instead it is this way of trying to change the heart of one person. Mind you, very different circumstances.
I mean, yes, and I agree that if she's trying to do something directly analogous to the Christian story, yeah, that's fucking, that's kind of chopped.
It's a Jewish
but in terms
story,
of
but even then, like the idea of, hey, I have fallen in love with my oppressor, which, by the way, did happen. This is a thing. Like, this actually, there are stories like this. Now, there are some uncomfortable ones. That people get shared around message boards about women in the Holocaust being taken to the personal chambers of certain high-level members of the concentration camp staff. But they I assume that a lot of it wasn't liked. Apparently, some of the women allegedly liked it. Now, admittedly, that gets in some really gray area because they're probably in a much more comfortable position than anyone else in that camp. But like, it's not impossible for this scenario to have happened. It's not sacrilegious somehow to make this story. I'm struggling. Like, most of it is like, you're just telling us that there is a controversy and such. Give us your opinion. Like, what do you think of this? Are you just give us a point here, lady? What are you trying to say with all this?
If I were to be charitable, I think the point that this goes back to how this fits into the whole, you're using oppressed minorities or whatever as fodder for whatever story you're trying to tell, regardless of how much it actually fits or how compelling it actually is.
But that implies it's a negative, but she has so far been like kind of defensive of this stuff. I
know. The structure of the video is not great.
Actually one of the worst structured videos I think we've ever had. Honestly,
we say that every time we find a new video.
The structure. No, this is very uniquely the structure as opposed to the arguments.
Yeah.
Like the arguments so far, I don't even know if they are arguments.
Periodic Pete just got home and saw the art. You guys been forwarding. I have so many questions.
You'll have no answers.
None. Yeah. I'm sorry, buddy.
Play here. Like, it's so gross. Ama Asante, when she was asked why the fuck she decided to make When Hands Touch, said that she was inspired by a picture she saw of a mixed-race black girl in Nazi Germany. Following World War I, specifically, there was a population of a few thousand mixed-race black Germans. There was also a population of Afro-Germans through parts of German colonialism in Africa. And these mixed-race children were called the Rhineland bastards, and they were targets for forced sterilization. We have accounts from a man named Hans Huck, who was an Afro-German member of Hitler Youth, who recounts being taken in secret to get a vasectomy, that he was given a sterilization certificate, and had to sign a document agreeing that he would not marry or have sex with people of German blood. And Asante says that she wanted to shed light on the realities of black Germans during the Holocaust and World War II. And while that is a worthy thing to talk about and a part of history worth knowing,
okay,
the question then is, though, sis, why does she then fall in love with a Hitler Youth whose biggest issue is how can he live up to the expectations of his SS father? Ultimately,
that's a way to explore those themes.
Yeah, it's the initial motivation of him is him living up to his father, and then you know what happens with that is it comes into conflict with his love for this mixed race woman. Like that's natural. That happens.
No, I'm not.
People
I'm not
come into
gonna
conflict
pretend
with their families over love all the time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pretend I'm an expert on this because I've never heard the story before. But you're guffawing at the fact that this is set in a romance. But as I'm sure you are aware, romance and stories can be utilized to cover wider societal topics. Like, okay, you're being so freaking like omega lol surprised and dismissive of the concept of this kind of dynamic, and yet in my head, I don't know about y'all, you would think that this would be something that would allow us to explore it, because there probably were some mixed race people in Germany during those times that probably did have feelings for someone who's in a part like the Hitler Youth. But there were complications because of their positions in society. Oh my God, it's just like all the shit you were talking about in relation to class and sexism with fucking Pride and Prejudice.
Holy shit.
Like, what
Sorry,
the fuck?
I just got back.
Yeah, I understand. But I think you heard what I said. Like,
yeah,
the fact, like, I'm sorry, why are we okay with exploring these topics in relation to romance with classism and sexism and maybe kind of sort of homophobia, but not racism and fascism? Why not?
I do find it really weird that for some reason there are just these certain topics that are just verboten when it comes to writing a romance, as though it is a like protected class of genre in fiction, which is kind of sexist when you think about it, because romance is typically mostly read by women.
Sure.
And women usually, like, in society, we usually have this idea that women have, like, prefer, like, cozy stuff. They prefer stuff that doesn't have a lot of action or drama or a lot of anything
if only these
controversial.
normies could have seen the things that I have seen.
Yeah, for real.
Women are fucking degenerate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do find it really weird that there, and like we're watching her right now, but like there are women out there who kind of decry these harder topics in romance, a a genre that is mostly women dominated and saying like this is an inappropriate topic for a romance to cover, as though romance is somehow inferior to other genres in fiction.
Right.
Somehow.
I think there's also the fact these stories usually focus on rehabilitating the oppressor, or at the very least making them the most nuanced. That's right. We should have a Nazi romance where the SS officer convinces his Jewish paramour to turn on her own people. We should totally write that. I'm hearing you loud and clear, Jack.
But like I feel like the most what if that is the case with those stories? Fine. But how is that the case in this story? She's not even talking about that. She's talking about why it's bad for this story to even exist as a romance. Mm-hmm. That's the issue. Yeah. I'm not saying there's no point in criticizing Week's work. Yeah, I understand. I understand you're trying to play devil's advocate. We're just like responding to the
these
devil.
Books, by and large, focus on the inner workings of oppressors and the shortchanging of the oppressed group, because it's a YouTube video essay, and the conclusion chapter is marked. Like it. I don't know. It reject redemption stories, embrace corruption stories. LMFAO.
Yeah. So, God damn it, Pete.
Wait. So the conclusion chapters is marked at the end. Okay, but like the whole point of her fucking video is to tell us why it's bad, not to give us homework so that we can figure it out for ourselves.
Well,
I'm not here. I'm here to vibe and maybe listen to this guy, to this person, this chick, this whatever. Talk about, like, I don't know, media, biology, science, whatever I'm watching in the background while I'm doing my drawings or while I'm like cleaning my room. I don't care to do homework.
I love your, like, you called her a guy and you slipped into like saying this person and they generalized videos. No, I know you actually recovered quite well, but I flat out remembered Boogie's whole that's a $5. That's a lot of money for a black person. I would think like that quote is hilarious. He is just immediately backpedals.
No, I was immediately thinking of like Forrest Valkai or other long form scientific YouTubers. So I was immediately thinking of them. So I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't mean to also like point her out in specific when I'm talking about like I don't want to do homework. I don't want to have to go off on these like long study sessions. The point of me watching your video is to get all of the relevant information so that I have an informed opinion on the topic being discussed.
Right. Yeah. And like, again, she has no thesis statement. Like we haven't run into a thesis statement on this.
Like the closest thesis statement I can kind of like surmise from all of this is that the trope can be messy, and by extension, conversation around the trope can be messy.
And we've had to dig for that, and that came at 17 minutes in.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
It's a story about the realities of the Rhineland bastards require a forbidden romance between a Nazi and a biracial black woman. No one learned anything because the premise was so melodramatic and disrespectful that it only invited ire. And the movie is also not good. I did watch it. Very embarrassing because Belle is good.
So what happens if it is good? What if the movie had been good? If the movie's bad, the movie's bad. But what if it had been good? What if they executed on the premise expertly? What if it was one of the most moving romances of our time? Would you be singing the same tune?
No.
Yeah, I gotta wonder about that.
It's like, girl,
it's a good question.
And here's the thing, is there a story
Darth
worth
Vader
being
lied.
told about the fact that not every member of the Hitler Youth was a true believer? It was mandatory to enroll.
Yes.
Like, Sure, I guess. But what we know from actual testimony about
I
things like the
guess.
Holocaust or plantation slavery, where white slave owners raped and sold their own children, is that wanting to sleep with someone does not ideologically change you. Attraction is not the same thing as respect.
Yeah, this is called fiction, man.
That's where the story comes in. That's how you explore that. Did you forget the part where this is a story?
I need to just fight back here. It's like, it can change people. We have record of it changing people. It's one of the oldest types of stories known to man, is people changing each other out of love. It is
one of the things that make women scary to men in a lot of ancient stories is the fact that the woman has the power to change a man's perspective on things.
Yes! Women have
Now, to be
dominion
fair-
over the emotional in historical considerations. That is why they are dangerous in that field.
Also, I hear all the time about couples getting together and then one of them changing their religion to the other person's religion in order to not have
conflict
conflict in their relationships. And because it is difficult to have a relationship between two people of different religions, or one person who is religious and somebody who is not religious.
You gox. Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Another story bad because melodramatic. Nice. People really shit
Well, we
on
don't
melodrama. Melodrama's great.
Yeah, it can be really good. I gotta roll this shit back because I really need to say, I really need to sit with this real quick.
Like, sure, I guess. But what we
I guess, I guess it's possible. Okay, well, if it's possible, you can make a story about it. Shut up.
know from actual testimony about things like the Holocaust or plantation slavery, where white slave owners raped and sold their own children,
Sure.
is that wanting to sleep with someone does not ideologically change you.
I mean, sure, but again,
that's the difference in lust and love. They are two different things. One can lead to the other, but
that's number one. And then number two, okay, so what does that have to do with the former part of that, where it's like, okay, I guess it can be possible. You acknowledge that it's possible, and thus we can make a fucking book out of that shit. We can make a movie out of it. We can even make a fucking video game if we want to, and have it be well written. So what, pray tell, is the fucking problem?
oh Christ! Press X to pull the lever. Oh, my brain!
You see?
Why would the neurons fire that? Why would you do that? Oh.
You get where but you see where I'm getting at, right? Like,
Yeah.
what is the point of bringing up that, like, oh my god,
Historically, this didn't happen. It's fiction.
Well, no, she acknowledged first that historically it did happen, but she also says that, being sexually attracted to this person is not going to, change you in terms of ideology. Okay,
but she said
well,
that
I
it
would
would.
presume
Being in love with someone will, being in lust with someone will not. That is why, going slightly off topic, that's
Go
why love at first sight isn't a thing, because it's only lust at first sight. You don't know this person enough to be in love with them. Spending time with them, which usually is what most of the movie is fucking about most of the time.
I was about to say, what else is in the movie? Like, I know you said it wasn't done well, but
In fact,
a
lot of enemies to lovers stories, which, reminder, that's where this entire video started.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, we forgot about that along the way. A lot of a lot of enemies to lovers is supposed to start with characters hating each other. The animosity is built in. They're not thinking about fucking. They're thinking about almost killing the person across from them. The fucking desire comes later, after maybe even the loving part. Like, all of this to say, where the fuck are we?
I don't know. Like, this person is just going off on a ramble about whatever issue she has stuck up her butt this week is what it feels like. And she is using enemies to lovers as her starting point in order to justify what she actually wants to talk about.
I guess.
That's what this feels like.
Also new art.
Semi-perfect cell 2 shoot to whoop. What is this, 2004? When has shoot the whoop been fucking relevant? That's hilarious.
Jesus Christ, that's a blast. That is a fucking blast.
A literal blast from the past.
Yeah.
I'm firing my laser. Ball.
God, like, but yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Like, is that how the movie framed it? Are you saying that's how the movie did it, where it's like, oh, I'm just attracted to you. I guess I'm not racist now, or like,
the character,
I don't know because you didn't tell me.
Did the oppressor struggle with it at all?
Yeah,
like is the struggle not part of it? Is someone struggling with their own internal biases not something interesting to explore and maybe help someone in the modern day explore their own problems? What if you have a racist that watches this movie and is so heart-wrenchingly moved by the relationship between this Hitler Youth and this half-black woman, that they actually are like, maybe my views on black people are wrong and I want to turn over a new leaf. Maybe someone gets moved by this. Is that not a possibility? Is it portraying the oppressed group as if they deserve to be oppressed somehow? What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, you're not telling us anything about this movie other than it's bad and that it shouldn't exist in the first place. Which that's already the worst starting point possible, but I can't disagree at that point.
Action is not the same thing as respect. And that ultimately, when we listen to the testimonies of people in Germany talking about the Holocaust, many people did not give a fuck. And there's a lot of passivity that creates cruelty. And again, trying to just pick some random teenage boy who is struggling to have his father love him is just like, it's corny and it's silly and it's disrespectful.
How?
Is that all that the story talked about, or were there other elements? So you're not giving us anything.
There is a major constant in a lot of humanity. Mm-hmm. You mentioned a lot about men who want to live up to a parental figure.
Right.
Will often,
usually the father
will fall in love pretty easily because they're looking for love somewhere that they're not getting it. Like, it's not surprising then that someone who is longing for love from one angle will find it in another.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I really think that it's gross that a lot of people who think this way just look down on the story idea of a boy wanting to gain the affection of his father. I feel that that's really
I don't know why
patronizing.
Wait, what? Don't you mean matronizing? But no, like it's so pitiful in terms of like guys aren't allowed to have like desire the I don't know where I'm fucking going. My brain is mush. This woman has left me like floating here with nothing to say.
Look, I can understand saying that the boy looking for approval of his father is an overused and very tired trope in a lot of movies. It is the most overly used element for a family dynamic in film and book and TV and whatever in the history of family dynamics, because it is mostly the boys and the men that get focused on the most. We don't see a whole lot of fathers and daughters or mothers and sons and things like that. It's just not something that you see a whole lot often in comparison specifically to fathers and sons.
Well,
but
in
just
some defense,
because
recently fathers and daughters
Yes,
are huge.
recently.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like recently that has
recently-
shifted. That has shifted recently, but I'm just saying recently.
Yes.
Allegedly.
That doesn't negate my point though, is that through the history of a lot of modern film and books and stuff over the past 100 years to 150 years, it has mostly been fathers and sons. Just because we have 5 fucking years of fathers and daughters being popular does not negate the other 145 years of it mostly being fathers and sons.
I wasn't saying
But,
negated.
no, I'm not done yet.
Okay, jeez. I was just making a bullet point and saying, okay, asterisk, it has recently changed a little bit. But it keep going off. I just wanted to put the asterisks in there.
I know, but I didn't want you to make me lose my fucking point, which you did. But I think what I was trying to say was that I find it absolutely disgusting that just because it is an overused element in fiction, that she's dismissive of it to the point where she's mocking the concept that boys can have insecurities about their father's affection for them.
I mean, especially in regards to the if anything, when I hear that, that makes me even more intrigued about this story, right? Because it's like, how does someone learn to be a fascist or be an abuser or an oppressor or whatever? A lot of that shit, not necessarily, but 9 times out of 10 is taught at the home. It starts at the home. And boys and men in general see their fathers for guidance. So if they see that person that way and wants their approval, that's like part of the core of why they are the way they are. But the story would be about through finding and understanding that there are other people in your life that you don't need to necessarily have to try so hard to gain affection and love and appreciation from. They can break away from all of these toxic mindsets and become a better person who understands love for what it truly is. Mm-hmm. And in relation to a fascist regime, that's even more compelling, because how can someone figure that out during tragedy after tragedy that is happening all around them, that is perpetuated partially by someone they fucking care about? That is the drama of that. You can work with that shit, dog. And for all I know, that movie is pretty good at it. I don't fucking know. You're not telling me anything.
Silver-haired freak says, is there a rest stop between now and the fucking point? Good observation. Crimson Road, mirroring that, I want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride. Yugok says, I don't know why, but I get the feeling she doesn't like men. I think she's dismissive of men.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I think that's kind of clear. I get a little bit of that in the video that I'm working on too, but like she's very good humored about like making fun of that in the video. Like she's even told me to like make a comment about like making fun of her saying something about like how much she hates men or whatever.
Oh, I don't know how much
but it
more
sort of feels like they aren't like it's not that the author shouldn't write it, it's that they should think about why they want to write a story that absolves the oppressor to the reader. Okay, but here she is saying that even making the story at that point this way is bad. So she's not even just talking about that.
Okay, and this also needs to be grappled with the fact that this is a Christian, but like in at least one instance here, it's a Christian author, and there's one very, very common thread for almost all Christian sects, is that redemption is always achievable. There is always a route forward to better yourself and become a better person. Now, what you require to get there and is really dependent on what you have done, what kind of sins you have wrought. But like the most common thing is that God is all loving and he will forgive you in the end, is that
Yeah.
you just need to be open to accepting his forgiveness and genuinely be repentant in your actions. Like, that's
right.
Like, it's not just that you turn around and be like, sorry, God, I didn't. Oops. Yeah, that God's going to be like, I love you, son. I don't like you.
But no.
Go to hell and come back to me when you actually learn a lesson.
I guess I get not being a fan of the video, but it sort of feels like they aren't engaging with what's actually being said in good faith. Like, what point have we missed?
Yeah, legitimately. It's
like half the time we're not even, most of the time actually, we're not even disagreeing with the point that she is making. We're disagreeing with the way that she is conveying it. Because a lot of this just comes off as an endless stream of consciousness rather than a structured video that provides context.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what she's saying and why.
That's how it was in the first 10 minutes of the freaking video.
I thought that I was going on a flight straight from Vancouver to Toronto. Why the fuck have I ended up in Denver?
Yeah, basically.
So
yeah.
Is it Colin Furs? Who is that guy that goes, I am currently in a missile silo. I am currently in the world's largest tunnel. I am currently at the top of Mount Everest. It's that guy. It's like, that's what I feel like we are right now.
Yeah.
Only that video had a point of being funny.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's too late. We're in Detroit now. No!
Oh, shit.
No, not Cleveland.
We're not. No, it's not Cleveland. They're not Detroit. It's very, very clearly different. We're not Detroit.
But like, I feel like maybe we would have more agreement with her if she didn't bounce around as much with a lot of the topics that she is going for. If she maybe spaced them out in a better way. Or if, like, she got to her thesis first and started to talk about, like, what the ultimate point of the video is, instead of just meandering and, like, tiptoeing at the very beginning of, like, well, what is enemies to lovers? I don't know. Let's go look at the entire history of it. It's the exact same thing with Ant and his Mary Sue video, like I think we mentioned before.
Oh, God,
like,
yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God! I don't.
In that way.
Which one is worse in this regard?
This one,
probably this.
Immediate recency bias, yeah, probably. But oh my God, this one. I'm like, I don't know. Do we want to just not finish this video? It's just, it's.
I think we can cut it off here. Fine. Actually, let's have her finish the point, and then we can decide what.
Kaiser, we're gonna be here another 5 hours if she tries to finish the point.
One last point.
All right. Well, let her finish whatever.
Let her finish. Let her just finish this thought real quick.
I get.
Also, doesn't he?
I flip back. What did I miss? Honestly, in this video, everything and nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Teenage boy.
God damn it. Okay, I will do this.
Teenage boy. Who is struggling to have his father love him is just like, it's corny and it's silly and it's disrespectful, and it also doesn't even speak to just the German people or, you know, non-Jewish people who actually, you know, tried to help Jewish people and save them, you know, because they did exist. When you look at a lot of history of works by African Americans who were trying to talk about enslavement, like stories like Clotel by William Wells Brown, the book was published before people knew for sure that Thomas Jefferson had children with Sally Hemings, but it was still a rumor at the time. And so William Wells Brown wrote a book called Clotel about a daughter of Thomas Jefferson. And it goes into these stories, and it's kind of a frequent thing in different tragic mulatto stories of these light-skinned biracial women marrying these white men who know that they are mixed race, so that they love them regardless, but then do nothing to ensure their safety because they don't actually respect Black people. They don't believe in abolition. They just have attraction to this one singular mixed race, light-skinned Black woman. And that is not equal to a changed heart and mind. And oftentimes when these white men die, their children are sold back into slavery, their wives are not actually legally their wives because they're not allowed to marry, and it creates a lot of disarray. And these narratives are written by people who either experienced that being mixed race himself, or saw it, or just using it as a narrative tool to explain that even if you have the case of a white man falling in love with an enslaved woman, unless he's actually going to take her out of enslavement and emancipate her, then he's full of shit. That part of
Yes.
I mean, well,
that makes sense.
Yeah, that's sort of that makes sense.
Like,
This
the
is kind
point
of
of the
part of
story
the
would
tragedy
be
of
that
it.
this is the kind of guy that would like the story you would tell then if you're going to equate that with that fucking Nazi, those two Nazi stories, is that would be the man. He would be convinced to take her out of slavery and marry her. Also, I'm pretty sure the slaves could marry in some states.
We had
I don't know.
We had a story like this in Glitch, which is a show that I binge watched the first season of, and then the second season was bad. So I dropped it after like 2 episodes, I think. But Glitch was an Australian TV show about people coming back from the dead for mysterious reasons, and then having to deal with the consequences of that, as well as depending on how long ago they died, which I think the oldest guy was like over 100 years ago.
No, I remember seeing the first episode of this. I remember seeing that.
Yeah. So the thing with this like really old guy is that he was one of the founders of the town that they are currently living in. And the thing with him is that he mostly has a story with this Maori native boy that he interacts with. He doesn't really interact with a lot of the other characters. It's mostly just him and this Maori boy, who is mixed race. And it is eventually revealed that this Maori boy is his descendant because he fell in love with a Maori woman, and he was going to, when he died, leave all of his inheritance to this woman that he fell in love with. But his ex-wife at the time, or his wife at the time, I can't quite remember, did everything in her fucking power to make sure that this woman got nothing in her life, got no inheritance whatsoever. And so his thing that he did before he re-died was to prove that his will was to this Maori woman.
Yeah, like this is, I don't like this.
It was
this woman's like, but
yeah, like if
but like we wrote an actual thing is like, yes, but you could also this could have happened and no one would know about it because no one wrote that down. Because life happens. Right. No one's writing down all the times I sat down at my desk and wrote for an hour or played video games for an hour. Like, no one's writing every second of everyone's life. Like, recording people's livelihoods isn't very common.
Yeah, and I think the reason... I understand that the reason why she is juxtaposing the works that are admonishing these relationships and the 2 stories in relation to the Holocaust she talked about earlier, is because there is the fear of appropriating or romanticizing these oppressors in general, things like that. But the issue is that, again, she's just not really giving enough context as to whether or not these works even do that. From what the clips were being shown, at least, just judging by that, of the movie that she was talking about, it didn't seem like, the guy was going to change because he's lusting after this girl. I mean, that might be an element of it. Obviously, it's a romance story, but it's it doesn't seem like that was the main element there. And all you're also telling me is that, he has issues with his father. It's like, okay, yeah, you're in Nazi Germany. Of course you'd have daddy issues. Like, what the I'm being for real, but you're not giving us anything else about why this is bad. All you're saying is it's because it's not portrayed as negative. But it doesn't have to necessarily be negative by your mission. Because in that story, we don't even know what direction that story goes. One between the black girl and the...
I don't know. It could be a tragedy for all we know.
Yeah.
Or I guess a lot of these stories focus on a very narrow redemption, but don't engage with how such a relationship would be impacted by the politics of the situation.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, it kind of feels like the overriding oppression is sort of the entire reason to make that story a romance. It feels like that would be the looming tragic like threat over the romance, and make it the forbidden fruit that so many people love in their stories, self included.
Like, it's one of the things that I'm wanting to do in Cadence of Magic eventually, like when the characters are older in like the third book or whatever. But like I don't know how deep I'm going to have to go into this, because these characters are completely fictional in a fictional world with fictional races and all of these fictional dynamics that I am going to perhaps, yes, base somewhat loosely off of real life scenarios and stuff, but it's not going to be equivalent, because that's not what the story is going to be. It's not going to be just this scenario in history, but in fantasy setting with swords and sorcery.
And honestly, I'm sorry. With all the shit that is basically saying Nazi bad, fascism bad, Nazi Germany bad, are we really going to lose our fucking shit and say that a couple movies about like someone being redeemed from that circumstance is going to cause that much damage?
It's almost as if like humanizing people who are historically viewed as evil and understanding where the evil that they commit may have come from, and understanding that they are humans that can be led down a bad path, might help us understand ourselves and prevent ourselves from making similar mistakes in the present. It's almost as if there's a utility to that.
Yeah, like I like this is where I'm at with Jackson in chat here. Yes, I agree. That's more than likely the point that she is making. She is making the point poorly. That's the problem.
She's making the point that the oppression is set dressing, but not really engaging meaningfully. If they are doing that, she's making a terrible argument. One, by not even really like vocalizing that argument, and B, not really contextualizing that argument. She's not showing how they're misusing it.
What I am most surprised by is that we have told Jax this exact thing previously, several minutes ago, and yet he is still saying the same thing in chat.
I mean, I think they were saying that in response to like another person in the chat.
No, like the whole. Well, that is what she is saying and stuff like that. But they're not. They're still.
I was replying to Ryan. Okay, apologies.
Yeah, they were replying. I pointed out your comment not necessarily to specifically respond to you, but I'm saying we get her point. Just generally speaking, that we get it, but she's making a very, very bad way of making this argument.
Yeah, also, I pointed out your context so I could laugh at it.
Also, even if she did make her point better, we would probably get through the whole video faster, for one thing, but we still may disagree with it ultimately, because again, she seems to be very against the whole concept of this thing being a thing in the first place, despite the fact that I think you in specific, Jax, maybe it was somebody else, I don't remember, but said that she likes messy shit, which doesn't seem to be the case, or at the very least seems to be messy, but only to a certain extent. Like only
or not really. I guess not messy in regards to like involving historical forms of oppression at all. Like that seems to be. Yes, that seems to be the issue, only. Right?
That level of messy, bedhead, only bedhead.
God,
for both.
But yeah, I think this is a good place to stop.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we could probably keep going, but I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm really worried about Zero. I was hoping that Zero would have fixed his shit by now.
Right.
I don't know what's going on.
She does. Her videos tend to focus on the mess for the first half, then break down why it's okay and how it's important to think about those. That's not a good way to structure a video, especially because you don't have...
No, it's really not.
Like, there was no thesis here. Like, that's really the frustrating part.
Feels...
Like, it doesn't feel like there's any structure going on.
Yeah, it feels
and
like
it
she's
feels-
working with God.
It
Ladies
feels
first.
very stream of consciousness, where it does seem like she is using something in order to break down a point, and then just
Right.
goes off into the weeds over whatever may be tangentially related to the topic. Like talking about, maybe I'm talking about like the relationship between my cousin and her boyfriend, and then in order to relate to issues that we have in our family dynamic, I go talk about my my second cousin twice removed and her relative and all of the family history that they went through like 50 years ago. That's what this video feels like.
Feels like she has ADHD. No, it feels like she didn't script her fucking video.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
it
I was
feels
about
very
to
off the
say.
cuff.
I don't know who was her beta reader, if she had one, or like an editor.
It's the
for
Mary
script,
Sue.
but
You think they have
goddamn.
beta readers?
Oh my
It
god! I
does-
forgot she's a writer for the Mary Sue. Oh, fuck.
I was actually gonna
Okay.
say, like, considering the fact that we
God bless.
feel like this video is very much like the Mary Sue video from that Ant did. Like, what is it with these pop culture writers for online magazines that just have this kind of video structure?
It's because
Yeah,
they.
I don't get that either.
Because they have to basically get people to just keep on watching their shit. Like they have to
Ugh.
have
I
people watch.
guess.
At least we have to hear Celtic
Disgusting.
sing tonight.
I thought-
I'll try and think of other songs I can actually sing, so I can do something better than a single part of a multi-harmony song. All right. Well, anyway, do either of you have anything to shill?
No, not really. I mean, for me, I'm working on the video, but that has to be on the back burner, and I'm sorry about that, guys. I know y'all probably anticipating it, but
I'm still in the fucking
I-
editing dungeon, man.
At least you have a dinosaur with you now.
Set me free. Set me free, dinosaur.
I did my Silent Hill F streams. I have Bad Fan Fiction on Friday, episode 12 of Fixing Ruby. I think it's episode 12. It's episode 12 this week for Fixing Ruby. Should be out. We have there's a few back sets, but I think we'll be good. I'm like, editing is always weird because like there are things that I'm ahead on and there are things that technically we're behind on. But episode 8, I will try to upload maybe tomorrow. Well, it's uploaded. I just got to remember where to release it. I might do that tomorrow. Just keep my things, an entire week of content. And yes, on Saturday, the Hunger of Mahar Voln campaign continues. And I hope you guys join us for that as well.
Yeah.
All right. Well, with all that said, thank you all so much for joining us, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.